Jesse, do you know who from the Youth Council is coming tonight?
Faith Smith will be here.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order this session of the Tacoma
Recording in progress.
City Council. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Stewart,
Here.
Councilmember Kovar,
Here.
Councilmember Dvala,
Present.
Councilmember Kostick,
Here.
Councilmember Siemens,
Present.
Councilmember Smith
Here.
is here. Councilmember Searcy
Here.
is here.
Great. Thank you, everyone. We have two small changes to the agenda this evening. The first is in a moment, I will be swearing in members of our Ethics Commission. And also due to some challenges preparing the work session item on the budget amendment, it was not posted in time for our discussion this evening. So we're going to postpone that work session to next week. And also next week on January 26th, we will have a public hearing on the spending plan for the American Rescue Plan Act, our ARPA funding. Our voting session that night will be, well, no, we don't have the first reading ordinance because that'll be a work session. So we don't have any items in the voting. Our work sessions will be the budget amendment number 3, continued discussion of redistricting maps, and continued discussion of the spending plan for the ARPA funding. Then on Wednesday, February 2nd, we will have our first reading of the budget amendment number 3. If we need it, a work session on the continued discussion of redistricting, and we will continue the discussion of the ARPA spending plan and budget amendment. And then on February 9th, we'll have we'll start at 6:30 that evening with a presentation from a graduate student who's going to present evaluation of impacts from climate change and increasing rainfall volume and frequency on the existing stormwater infrastructure in the city, followed by a public hearing at 7:30 on the redistricting plan. Then our voting session will be the second reading ordinance of the budget amendment and the first reading ordinance approving the ARPA spending and budget amendment. And then our work session that night will be on redistricting, and tentatively we have a conversation on the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force recommendations. So that's our upcoming agenda items. I now ask our members of our Ethics Commission, our Ethics Commissioners, to raise their right hand and repeat after me. So if you're not on camera, you need to be on camera because we need to see you, and repeat after me.
Mayor Stewart, can I introduce them quickly?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Please do.
So let me do that. So we have Kelly Cochran, who is the interim chair of the Ethics Commission.
Thank you, Kelly.
Patricia Murphy, longtime Ethics Commission member, and 2 other new members, Daniel Katz and David Hahn, are here this evening.
Great. Well, thank you all for jumping on quickly tonight so we could swear you in, and thank you for your service. All right, now raise your right hand and you're going to repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Daniel,
Do swear
do swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
and I will be faithful
and I will be faithful
and bear true allegiance
and bear true allegiance
to the state of Maryland
to the state of Maryland,
and support the Constitution and laws thereof,
and support the Constitution and laws
And
thereof,
laws thereof.
and that I will,
and that I
That I
will,
will,
to my best skill and judgment,
my best
my
skill and
skill
judgment,
and judgment,
diligently and faithfully,
diligently and faithfully,
without partiality or prejudice,
without
without
partiality,
partiality or prejudice,
execute the office of Ethics Commissioner
execute the
execute the office of
Commissioner
Ethics Commissioner, excuse me,
for the city of Tacoma Park in the state of Maryland,
for the city
The
of
city
Tacoma
City
Park,
of Tacoma Park in the state of
of
Maryland,
Maryland,
according to the Constitution
according to the Constitution
and law of this state
and
and
law
law
of this state
and the charter and code of the city of Tacoma Park.
and the charter.
and the
and the charter and code of the city of Tacoma Park.
Tacoma Park.
Great, you are now sworn in, and thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
We appreciate it very much, all of your
Thank you.
work on the Ethics Commission, and have a great evening, and thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Great, our next item is, I think Faith is with us to give us an update on the Youth Council. Yeah, there's Faith, I saw her before. All right, Faith, it's all yours.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Faith Smith. I represent Ward 6 on the Youth Council. I just wanted to give you all an update of what we're doing thus far. We have been working on a winter coat drive, which we thought would benefit those less fortunate in our community and would help them during this winter season. We reached out to several of our council members from the different wards that we represent, and we encouraged family members and friends to participate in the drive. The drive will begin today and end March 6th, and donation boxes will be at the Tacoma Park Rec Center, Police Department, and Community Center. And the donations will go to the Adventist Community Services. Also, earlier this year, we met with Cassandra Lawrence, who is the Communications and Community Engagement Manager of the Shoulder to Shoulder campaign, and the campaign reaches out to local and national organizations and congregations to address anti-Muslim discrimination and violence. And we discussed ways we can learn from other religions and how we can give a helping hand to our Muslim neighbors during certain religious holidays and just in general. We also met with the Tacoma Park Environmental Manager, Gina Matthias, who informed us of the improvements the city is making in terms of climate change and sustainability and how we can contribute. And this gave us really great insight into how us as young people, we can do small things every day to improve our lives and those around us. And we plan on working on other projects in the near future that plan to help our community for the rest of the year. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Faith. Thank you for that update, and we look forward to updates in the future. And I'm really glad you got to meet with the folks from Shoulder to Shoulder. That's awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. All right, now we will move on to public comments. First, we'll have public comments regarding the resolution adopting City Council meeting and rules. The first person we have tonight is Mr. Paul Eubner.
He should be with us in just a moment.
Okay.
Jesse, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can't see me on the screen and I'm wondering if I'm live or not. Is there a way?
You are, do you have your
on
camera
video?
on?
Pardon me?
Do you have your camera,
yeah.
your
I
camera on?
see it now. Thank you.
There you are.
Are you ready? Go.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead,
Sure.
Paul.
Did I start? Okay. Good evening. Paul Hubner, Ward 3. I was quite dismayed to watch last week's council meeting when there were proposals to limit public comments and eliminate the option to request an extension of up to 5 minutes, and then to cast these new limits on public comments as expanding equity of access. I found such proposals totally unacceptable and counter any notion of participatory democracy. Fortunately, wiser minds have prevailed, and I want to thank the council for returning public comments to the very beginning of meetings, as was the custom, for keeping public comments open to all for 3 minutes and allowing up to 5 minutes when appropriately requested, for deciding to consider and answer any question made during public comments, either during that meeting in which the questions were raised or publicly at the next council meeting, and for rejecting the idea that the council should have unilateral authority to terminate or curtail public comments. I also encourage you to continue to follow Tacoma Park's cultural past practice of expanding participation by including a clear link about public comments on the city homepage with the 3 and 5 minute time limits, including a phone number for residents who are unable to sign up on the web or need to get help and assistance on how to participate. The city of Tacoma Park is known for being a practicing participatory democracy. This history is among the reasons many of us moved to this community. Don't elevate efficiency and bureaucracy over resident participation. We should remember and encourage community participation. It has been crucial to shaping city policy on so many important issues, from stormwater to recycling, safety, accessibility, livability, and a local focus. Encouraging public comments allows us to hear and learn from all the many different voices of background, experience, and expertise in Tacoma Park. Something very important going forward as we struggle for equity, sustainability, affordability, and for democracy itself. To quote someone many of you know well, quote, "Efficiency is not the highest value of political democracy. The highest value is universal inclusion and recognition." Jamie Raskin. And I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hubner. Next, we have Arthur David Olson.
Arthur David Olson, Herbie Hancock Avenue. At last week's council meeting, I heard the concern that the council sometimes has lots to do in meetings and that having comments can get in the way. I heard the concern that allowing comments at unusual meetings will give an unfair advantage to folks who are knowledgeable about the city government's workings. And I heard the suggestion that only germane comments might be allowed at unusual meetings. I acknowledge all of that. To me, though, the most important consideration here is the city's own law. Section 2.04.020C reads, "Council meetings include a public comment period during which citizens may address the council concerning issues not on the agenda for that meeting." And section 2.04.020D reads, "At each council meeting, citizens shall be given an opportunity to address the council concerning items on the agenda." The law draws no distinction between regular council meetings and other meetings. At all meetings, the law allows comments on issues both on and off the agenda. I urge the council to obey the city's own law. I urge the council to allow public comments at all council meetings. I urge the council to change regular weekly meeting to meeting in section 2.16 of its rules and procedures, and to delete section 2.16.5. I urge the council to obey the city's own law. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, oops, I lost my list. Hold on one sec. Next, we have Mark Sherman.
Mr. Sherman hasn't joined us. this
Okay,
evening.
then,
He hasn't joined us yet.
Okay, then we'll wait. I see Catherine is with us. Why don't we go to Catherine?
Hi, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank the council for restoring the public comment time and just stress how important I think it is for the public to be able to participate and share our ideas in this democratic process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Lee Peterson with us yet?
He is not.
Okay, then I see, is Sue Miller with us?
She is not with
I
us
am.
either. Oh, you are. Good. Okay.
Like,
Go ahead, Ms.
sooner than
Miller.
I thought. Good evening, Sue Miller, Ward 3. I'm going to speak briefly on ARPA funds and then on the voting item, all in 3 minutes total. On ARPA funds, I remain concerned that the process is built around choosing from suggested projects rather than starting with determining where there is urgent need in our community. As a result of the process, the plan ends up allocating funds to each city department rather than prioritizing figuring out how to discern and then meet the needs of the residents most at risk. I also think we need to remind ourselves not to refer to the pandemic in the past tense when it is in fact surging and may surge again. So tonight, I hope council starts with the critical issue of figuring out who needs food, housing, heat, and childcare right now. I turn now to your vote tonight on updating council procedures. Thank you for what appears to be a change of heart on cutting the possibility of granting extra minutes for public comments. In terms of equity, I urge you to post every council meeting with a direct link to how to register on the front page of the website. I've been hearing about a new website coming for years now, but in the meantime, we really do need the weekly council meeting on the front page if you want to have a level playing field. Paul just listed many other ways to encourage new commenters. We could hold a public comments 101 workshop to make the process less intimidating. In fact, I'd be glad to co-facilitate that workshop. I was dismayed last week to hear public comments portrayed as a burden that gets in the way of getting business done. On the rare occasion when there are long lines of commenters, I hope you would be listening especially hard to understand why the community has turned out in numbers. Finally, I found it quite moving last week when some of you immediately responded to some of the public comments after I made that suggestion. That acknowledgement and response create a sense of dignity and will encourage new speakers. Last week, I suggested the language, all public comment topics will be acknowledged later in the meeting, including a reference to some form of follow-up. Since that language didn't make it in, I'm here to propose new language as follows. Each topic raised in a public comment will be acknowledged later in the meeting. Each question will be answered by the end of the meeting if possible, or noted as needing more research with a response later in writing. So the answer to a question could take time, but the acknowledgement only takes a sentence, and I think would create real improvement in terms of encouraging new people to engage and participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Next we have Rachel Hardwick. And Ms. Hardwick, I know you signed up for talking on the voting item and other matters. Do you want 6 minutes?
No, thank you. I just need
Okay.
the usual 3.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I erroneously signed up in some other way, and
That's okay. I just wanted to make
Okay.
sure we gave you enough time.
thank you. It's just my confusion. Okay. Good evening. I'm Rachel Hardwick from Ward 2. Regarding the change to the council's procedures, I ask that you modify the draft language that says no one gets additional time over the additional 1 or 2 minutes to speak during public comment. This change in procedures from what we have today means that no matter how much an ordinance, project, or charter amendment the city is considering might affect an individual or a community, no one can have more than 5 minutes to speak about it no matter how many people one might be representing or how deep that person's expertise. Several times as president of the co-op board, I and other board members needed extra time to explain matters important to the community-owned grocery store. I represented 10,000 member owners when I used that extra time and shared information known only by co-op management or co-op board members. I understand the desire for equity, and I agree that we should work to make participating in our democracy as equitable as possible. The argument is that only certain people, those in the know perhaps, ask for additional time over the 3 minutes. The problem, it seems, is that the city or the council needs to better communicate with residents about how to access the additional time. Please make it easy to find the information on the city website or in a readable message at the beginning of council meetings, whether Zoom or not, so one may learn about asking for additional time for future reference. Please advertise it in city publications. Taking away a right is going backwards. We should expand participation in democracy. To me, this appears to be a solution in search of a problem. I know and I sympathize that council meetings run very late, but the overwhelming majority of community comments are given in 3 minutes or less, so I'm not sure what we're trying to fix. Recent events and legislation around the country have me on guard about access and participation in democracy at all levels. We should be expanding rights and participation, not limiting. Let's be a progressive model of access to democracy, which ultimately will leads to and will lead to equity and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to check if Mr. Sherman or Mr. Peterson has joined us.
No, I'm afraid not.
All right, then we'll move on to comments on other matters and loop back and see if they join us later. Do we have Mr. Gagliardo? Is he with us?
I'm here.
Good.
He's here.
You can go ahead.
First of all, I agree with what the previous speaker said, so I'm not going to repeat it. I'm going to ask a question. Do you value the input that community members are willing to give you, and how much do you value that? That should be the only question, not how many minutes. I know that former council member Reno Aldriguetti spoke with council member Dabala earlier today and made that very point. It's not about 3 minutes. It's not about 5 minutes. It's about how much you value participation by the community at large.
Thank you for your comments. Next, Ms. Bloom, I think you are next. I think you're still on mute, Ms. Bloom.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you so much. I wasn't aware that there were time limits, honestly, and I wish I had been made aware of that. I might have prepared, more careful notes about what I want to talk about, but anyway, I'll do my best, and I don't think I even really need 3 minutes. I'm commenting on the redistricting of Ward 1, part of Ward 1 into Ward 4. I live on Darwin Avenue, so I'm currently in Ward 1, and I am under consideration to be redistricted to Ward 4. And I want to make it 100% clear that this is in no way about which ward I am in. I love all of Tacoma Park and all of its fabulous variety, and it doesn't matter to me. The problem, however, is that my part of Ward 1 is actually a neighborhood, and I live in the neighborhood of Hodges Heights. It might be one of the very neighborhoods in Tacoma Park, and the redistricting that we're proposing appears to be taking 1/3 of Hodges Heights and moving it over to Ward 4. I live really not near Ward 4 because the soccer field and the park between Darwin and Piney Branch School really separates me from Ward 4. And the concerns of Hodges Heights neighborhood are very, very specific to the neighborhood. We are most of us within sight of 2 schools, the middle school and Tacoma Elementary. We are affected by the traffic and other concerns with the schools. We are bordered by Piney Branch Road and Philadelphia Avenue and have many traffic concerns from those streets, as well as the intersection at Holly and Philadelphia. And we function as a unified neighborhood. We know one another, we speak to one another, we get in touch with Peter Kovar as a group. And I believe that our voice is going to be greatly diminished as a neighborhood by taking 1/3 of us and putting us into a ward where we don't even really live from a residential standpoint. I really appreciate an understanding of why Darwin and a part of Grant are being considered in this manner, and whether or not there is any other solution that would keep the neighborhood of Hodges Heights intact. It's been a neighborhood for many decades, and I'd really, really like to see it kept that way, not just for myself, but for my children, who I believe will be living in my home after I'm here. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. And you were perfect right at 3 minutes. Thank you for coming tonight. I see Ms. Katzen was signed up again. Did she want to speak, or was she?
Oh, excuse me. I did notice that she was on twice.
I didn't either till just now.
Yeah.
For giving me this opportunity also. I wanted to speak about the ARPA funds. I'm just concerned about the plans for spending them, and wanted to make sure, like the previous speaker said, that they can be directed toward families that are in critical need of food, housing, heat, childcare. I understand that small things matter. Just learned that they would be receiving 25% less state funding, and resulting in $37,500 less for fresh produce for the food distributions that they do to our neighbors in need of that. I can only imagine that if that is a pressing need, that there must be others too. I know that at Tacoma Park Middle School, the parents have been asked by the PE teachers to bring in donations of sneakers and warm coats and jackets because the students are outside because of COVID. And just think that this is another indication that there are critical needs that that this money could be directed to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ms. Katzen, just so in case you sign off, we did have an RFP for food security, and Small Things Matters is receiving money from the city from that. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that. We know that they did not receive their money from the county, and they are receiving city funds. So
thank you for that news, and that is great to hear. Thank you.
You're welcome. I just want to check to see if Mr. Sherman or Mr. Peterson have joined us.
No, they have not.
Okay. Maybe they're down at the Capitol on voting rights. We will move on then to our next item, which is legislative updates. The session has begun in Annapolis, and I see our lobbyist, Ann, is here with us. Ann Seacott, do you want to give us a quick update?
Happy to, and good to see everybody. Happy New Year. This is, I think, my first meeting in the new year. I'm also joined by my colleague, Suhani Chitalia, who will also be doing some of the legislative work with the city. And so we're just underway. We're just a week underway. So the main things to make sure folks know about is that because of COVID, there will still be lots of aspects of the Maryland General Assembly session that will be done virtually. There is the other big news is just the really strange kind of year it is with the the multiple aspects of it's an election year, there's a major budget surplus, and redistricting. And then, of course, pandemic. So there's a lot going on. It's going to make for a very interesting, very busy year, 90 days in Annapolis. The highlights, certainly the budget, we're just figuring out some of the details now. The budget was just released today. We know that the governor is interested in getting some money back to taxpayers in the form of various kinds of tax breaks. We know that the legislature is going to be working with the governor to try to identify some priority funding areas that with a preference for one-time only spending on particular projects that they can work on together. There are just going to be lots of issues around healthcare. Environment is going to be a very big focus this session. There are going to be a lot of housing bills, as there was last year. Highway safety is going to be a big issue as it turns out. Cannabis legalization will probably be one of the most talked about pieces of legislation this session. And there'll be less focus on some of the police reforms just because of the volume that they did last year. So that's just sort of a very high elevation view of what to expect these next, maybe now we're down to 83 days.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us and keeping track of everything. And if folks are interested in the council priorities in Annapolis, they are on the website. We did go over those before the winter recess and voted on a resolution that identified our priorities. So that's up there. And if we do give testimony on specific bills, we will be noting that during these updates during session. So thank you for joining us this evening, and we look forward to working with you during the session. And I see a couple of hands, Councilmember Smith and then Costick.
Hi, and thank you for your report. I haven't had an opportunity to look at the governor's proposed budget. Did you see anything for highway user revenue that the governor had set aside for municipalities?
Councilmember Smith, I give you all my apologies. I have really just had a very busy day with a lot of different meetings. I have not looked at the budget. So I will do that. I've got a big chunk of time set aside tomorrow, and I will report back to you as soon as I see that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Costick.
Thank you. I just heard your comments about highway safety being a particularly important topic. And I know we talked a little bit with Delegate Charkoudian about her bill back in December, but just curious if you could say a little more on that.
Actually, I might ask Suhani because I think she was in a meeting with Delegate Charkoudian on that.
Yes, we were. And for the other folks on the meeting, if you want to chime in and, fill in any gaps that I'm missing, feel free to, chat. But we had a really great meeting with Delegate Charkoudian. She does have a bill in the works on highway safety. It is not yet, it's not yet published, so there's no official bill number. I think it's still in draft form. But it will look into safety measures when essentially like any new developments are occurring, or if there are any improvements occurring as well within like a highway or pedestrian area. So that's the gist of the bill. There's some more details which I can shake out and send to you as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also if people are interested in that, it's on, I realize we don't have a chat function, but it's the Safe Roads Act of 2022, and it's on Delegate Charkoudian's website. There's a fact sheet, and I will say that Delegate Charkoudian has fact sheets on all of her bills she's introing this session, which makes it really nice and easy to follow. So, but there is one on the Safe Roadways if people want to check it out. Great. Thank you for that update, Suhani. All right, seeing no other hands, we will move on. Thank you again for joining us to our next item. And this is a presentation of draft redistricting maps, and I am turning it over to the city clerk for this.
Hello.
Councilwoman Duvall, did you have a question before we started? Oh, we didn't do.
You going
comments.
to
I'm sorry.
poll
I like phew,
council comments.
I did. Thank you very
Yeah.
much. I was so anxious,
I
so
thought we were out of
excited
order.
to turn things over to Flow Analytics and Kate and dig into these maps. I completely forgot council comments. Council comments. Councilmember Siemens is going to kick us off this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate your courtesy in addressing this topic. As you all know, there was a fire at the Mapleview Apartments on January 9th, and I've been receiving phone calls from residents of that building expressing concern that that they don't know what is happening to resolve and fix the damages that were happening within their apartments. It's not just the apartment that where the fire was contained, but also many of the apartments on the same floor are complaining about the smoke damage, and apartments below the one that was on fire have varying amounts of water damage from the vast amount of water that the firefighters used to extinguish the fire. And that extends not only on the 10th floor, which is below the fire which occurred on the 11th floor, but from the 10th floor on down, I've had complaints from as far down as the 4th floor and the 1st floor of water damage. So, like I say, there's two issues. One is they feel that they don't know what's happening as far as remediation, and number two, they are very frustrated that things aren't getting fixed fast enough, and it is unhealthy environment that they're living in, where kitchens have been destroyed. They don't know about whether there's any mold damage occurring because of the water, and so I would like to see our housing department take a more active role in assessing the damage and determining which units are maybe uninhabitable at this point, or what we can do to help facilitate the repairs and making sure that people are living in a safe and secure apartment. And just lastly, I'll say that I think a big part of this may be communications, but I would like the council to direct the city manager to, be more active in participating in resolving these issues.
Madam Mayor, if I can.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember Siemens, for bringing that to our attention this evening. And I will say that we on staff, we definitely emphasize with our residents in the community going through what they went through with the fire, and we're doing everything we can to work with the appropriate authority, which is the county, to assess each of these units. We have received some feedback from the county, who provides what's happening in the order that is happening. And I would like to ask Director Cross a few moments, if I can, Madam Mayor, to share kind of where we are with the process with the county. Director Cross, if you can speak to that, please.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for having me on. Really quick, to start off, I'd like just to say that the housing department led by Grace Wiggins has been active at this apartment. Grace was there the day of the fire working with residents. So I just want to clear up the fact that the housing department is working on this as much as possible. The housing department is not taking a back seat for our residents. They're out there making sure that our residents are getting the help they need. For the units that sustained water damage, the county is going to inspect those units tomorrow to determine habitability. These units did have kitchen walls, counters, sinks, and cabinets removed to allow them to dry. So the company ServPro, which is a nationwide water mitigation company, came in, and they had initially determined that there's going to be a few days of dehumidifiers and fans blowing, and they have been removed as of today. But it will take some time for the landlord to come and restore all of those kitchen items. Tenants have been advised to contact 311 as well as the city with concerns. Contacting 311 gets this again on the county's radar as much as we do as well. On the 11th floor where the fire happened, the county inspected all the units. One apartment that neighbors the fire damaged apartment was damaged. There was damage to some fixtures in the kitchen, and the county documented that, and they're still looking at it. And with regards to the smoke, there are odorizers in the fire damage unit that are being run to mitigate the smell of smoke. But, you know, there was a fire there, so there's going to be a smell of smoke for a little while.
So with that, I hope, Madam Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Siemens, I hope that answers the questions. We're going to continue to do what we need to do to coordinate and kind of push on the county to make sure that these items are getting addressed for our residents.
All right, I appreciate hearing that. I'm not sure that the residents have been kept up to date on what is happening, what's not happening. I know that they do have questions about, you know, when their kitchens have been removed, whether, you know, they're required to continue to pay full rent. And again, I think it would be very helpful if we could give them some suggestion on how they deal with that question. And then lastly, the residents are meeting via Zoom and have been, and I will be participating in the upcoming meeting, and I will let you know, Mr. Cross, I'll let you know when the meeting is so that you can have someone attend that should you desire.
Thank you.
And I think this sounds like it's going to take a while to get resolved. Again, I look forward to seeing the results of tomorrow's inspection because one of the issues is, you know, I've got small kids, I've got to feed my family. How am I supposed to do that with no kitchen when I'm paying full rent, which includes, one would expect, a kitchen? And I think that we can put pressure on the owner to get those things resolved quicker, or provide the safe and secure location for these families to live until it is resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Siemens, for raising those issues, and please keep us all apprised of how things are going and how we may be of assistance. Next, we have Councilman Dabala.
I don't have anything nearly so pressing to report. I wanted to let folks know that both of the Martin Luther King projects, day of service projects that were weathered out on Monday are going to be rescheduled. And this Saturday from 1 to 3, the Tacoma Woods project is going to go forward. So folks who want to participate who are not already signed up do need to do a COVID waiver online first. So get in touch with any of the council members or with one of the organizers, and they'll send you the form. The other one will be put off till the Dorothy's Woods project will probably be put off till March, when weather will hopefully be more dependable. And the other thing I wanted to let folks know, two other things. One, thank you today for the impressively organized handout of COVID kits. I was there for the duration, and it was smooth sailing the whole time. And I really appreciate that on behalf of all the residents who showed up and all the rest of us who care about healthy residents. So thank you for that, city manager and city staff. And the other thing I wanted to mention to the rest of the council is that a couple of regional meetings are coming up. Chesapeake Bay Council is this Friday. We'll be hearing about water and sewer and stormwater related items in the infrastructure bill and also in the Chesapeake Bay program. They've just gotten a bunch of funding. And next week, we'll have both the regional CPC Climate and Energy Group will be meeting. And the topic there will be Councilmember Costick. The topic will be the Transportation Planning Board final report on climate. And also the National League of Cities Energy and Natural Resources Group will be meeting next week. And again, the topic infrastructure bill, what's in it for local governments. So just wanted y'all to know that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Costick.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, just want to give a thanks to our Ethics Commission members who were sworn in earlier today. It was great to see them all here and kind of an unusual swearing in. So that was sort of interesting to see. Also want to thank the public commenters tonight, especially those from Ward 3, Ms. Miller and Mr. Hubner, who shared thoughts on the council procedures. And also I had an opportunity to exchange some emails with them. And also Mr. Sherman was not here tonight, but I did speak with him about some ideas he had on that, as well as some questions about ARPA. So just want to thank you all for your engagement on that. It's definitely helpful to us as we consider these issues. Two quick items. The first is tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. I am having a virtual meeting for Ward 3 to hear from residents about your thoughts on redistricting, which we'll hear a little bit more about tonight. Hope people can come out. It will be a Zoom meeting between 7 and 8, and I'd love to hear thoughts, answer questions, or collect questions I can pass on as well to get answers on. And then finally, we had a Transportation Planning Board meeting today. The two items that we voted on were adopting targets for the region for fatalities and serious injuries, which is one of the, if not the absolutely worst thing that I do in this job. It is very depressing to see fatalities increasing in the region for traffic and pedestrians, cars, and bicyclists. And that goes along very much with what we heard earlier with regard to Delegate Cherukurian's bill. Also want to note that the TPB will be having safety engineers from each of the DOTs in Maryland, Virginia, and DC coming to our meeting at different meetings this year. So we'll be hearing a little more from them about what they are doing on safety as well. And then the other thing that we did was adopt connected and autonomous vehicle principles for the region, things we would like the region to prioritize as we move forward and someday have autonomous and connected vehicles in the region. And it's a really great list of priorities that I think really takes equity into consideration, access for people with disabilities, and also not prioritizing transit at the cost of autonomous cars. So I'll send that information around to my colleagues, and I'm happy to share it with anyone else as well. But really great list that I actually hope we can sort of use as we inform our long range transportation plan and look at transportation planning as well. Thanks a lot.
Great, thank you, Councilman Costick. Next, we have Councilmember Smith.
First, I would like to thank FERD and the faith leaders who sent a letter asking council to send money out as soon as possible to the most disadvantaged in our community. I support everything in that letter, and I hope my colleagues would do the same. It is critical that we get money to the most vulnerable in our community, including those that Councilmember Siemens mentioned that have experienced a fire in their homes on Maple Avenue. I would like to thank Mr. Fox and Ms. Braithwaite and everyone else at Public Works, the police department for all their great work for the snow removal. My wife was really impressed, and if I hear good things from my wife about snow removal, something good is happening. So I really appreciate all of staff's efforts to remove the snow and pre-treat the roads. This past Monday, AJ Campbell, city staff, Keith Berner, and others organized a community meeting, a virtual meeting to talk about issues in the community, specifically the redistricting, how to help our business owners in the ward, especially those in the retail strip center that Mansakunda is in. I think it was a very productive meeting. I want to thank Mr. Cross and Ira for attending. There will be other meetings like this in the future. I just want to let staff know you will be invited to attend, and I hope Mr. Fox encourages you to attend. I think the consensus was for the residents at that meeting is that Ward 5 has been neglected for many, many years, and they want to talk to staff about that benign neglect. Mr. Fox, on handing out the test kits, I really appreciate that. Can you let us know those residents that weren't able to pick up the kits today, can they have an opportunity to pick them up in the near future? And thank you and your staff for all the work on that. And then finally, I want to let my colleagues on the council know that the Montgomery County Chapter MML is hosting a meeting tomorrow. It should be eventful. Thank you. Worth your time.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Next, oops, sorry, hold on. We have Councilwoman Searcy.
Good evening, everyone. First, I want to thank, again, the ethics and the folks that were sworn in today. I'm super excited and appreciate you all agreeing to serve is a really important role. So thank you all for that, as well as all of the people who came out and gave public comments around the importance of public comments. I really appreciated the fact that everyone kind of understood some of the dilemmas that we were a part of and really trying to help to provide feedback that's really helpful for us as we're making decisions going forward. And then just lastly, so we, the New Hampshire Gardens Community Association had a meeting tonight simply to discuss traffic calming that is being proposed along Glenside. And it actually relates to the removal of a speed bump or moving a speed bump, which is rare. But thank you so much to those residents that came out tonight right before this call. And I think that's all I have. Thank you all so much.
Great. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd like to say, first, I appreciate Councilmember Siemens taking the time to let us all know about the aftermath of the fire at the Mapleview Apartments. And I'm pleased that the city staff is involved and just would appreciate them and Mr. Siemens letting us know going forward if there's anything else that we can do or need to do in order to help the folks who are affected by it. I am, as and similar to what Councilmember Costick mentioned, I'm hosting a redistricting meeting tomorrow night. Mine's at 7:30, and I've circulated the information previously. We'll do so again tomorrow, but at 7:30 p.m. tomorrow night, a Zoom meeting to talk about redistricting. And you know, it's a Ward 1 meeting. We'll be talking about the whole thing, but the focus will be on what Ward 1 residents are interested in. And in that regard, I'll just note that I appreciate Ms. Bloom's comments regarding Darwin Avenue specifically, and I will be making a proposal to try to address that point when we come to it. Now, Councilmember Devala mentioned the MLK service opportunities on Saturday, and I will note that the Tacoma Woods cleanup from 1 to 3, I'm hoping to be there. The meeting place is on Darwin, and so when you go over to Darwin, take a look at how it isn't really connected to the residential areas of Ward 4, because the areas we're going to be cleaning is exactly kind of what impedes the easy connection between residential areas in the Hodges Heights neighborhood and in Ward 4. I do appreciate the effort to hand out the test kits today. I stopped by briefly and it went well. Councilmember Devala mentioned it. She didn't tell people that she was actually helping with the lines and making sure that people knew where to go. So she was more than just a passive observer there. I appreciate the Youth Council coat drive work, and I think that underlines the importance of the direct assistance that a number of people, and including that letter from the faith groups, that I think we all received in the context of the ARPA funds. And so I know I've said it before, and we'll be talking about it again shortly, but I do think at the beginning, at least focusing on the more immediate needs should be the way to go. And just to follow on with what all my colleagues said, I appreciate the comments. I think there were 3 topics that were brought up: redistricting, I mentioned briefly already, and certainly on the council procedures and on ARPA, we're going to be spending a lot of time on that tonight. And so I'm hopeful that the concerns that were expressed are appropriately discussed and perhaps resolved during those discussions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I think that's it for everyone. I just want to thank the staff again for the rapid test distribution, and particularly Deputy City Manager Jessica Clark for her continued work. The county just doesn't give us stuff. We have to ask for it. And the city manager Fox also did. I think this one was a team effort to actually get the rapid test into the city, and thank you that the staff was able to do that and get them handed out. I also want to thank, as Councilmember Smith did, Keith Berner and AJ Campbell. It was a very productive meeting, and I was glad I was able to attend it on Monday evening, and thank the Alex Cross and Ira for attending as well. Look forward to more of those meetings and other things that we can do in Ward 5. And I think everything else, I can wait till we get into our agenda this evening. And I will turn it over now to City Manager, Councilmember Kovar. Your hand is still up. Did you have? Okay. I will now turn it over to City Manager Fox for City Manager comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. First, I just have just a few that I'll just cover this evening. The first has already been shared. I just want to thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council that helped volunteer today and supported the efforts to be able to get the rapid test kits in the hands of our residents in the community. We believe it was a great success. It was a team effort, and I just want to, outside of all those that you recognize, Madam Mayor, I just want to also recognize our team lead for the distribution, Jessica Jones, our library director, who was our city team lead on that. And Councilmember Smith, your question about residents who couldn't take advantage of today, if and when the county provides us a replenishment shipment, we will make sure that we send that information and communicate it through all our venues that we have to communicate that to the residents. One thing I will say that we did today is, after 2 o'clock, close to 2:30 and 3, we had a little bit of shipment left. And so we went and dispersed in the community. And so we went to up and down Maple Avenue and some other multifamily units that individuals share with us. So we tried our best to reach folks, even though they couldn't get out and come here to the community center. So just wanted to share that. The second thing I want to share is in our partnership through Montgomery County. Montgomery County is doing something new as of this Friday. They are providing to residents of Montgomery County only N95 respirator mask. They will be providing those out to residents starting this Friday. And then the last item I have, Madam Mayor and Council, is staff, we are preparing for winter weather tomorrow. It is stated maybe 1 to 3 inches is the forecast. We do not anticipate any issues, problems with trash recycling collections. If so, we will put that information out so the community can know what to do if there's any challenges that we see. Right now, the forecast is planning for snow in the morning, should taper off to cloudy skies through the afternoon. So we will continue to look at and make changes in our operations as needed. So that's it with my weather update for this evening. Madam Mayor, members of council, I'll turn it back over to you.
Great. Thank you, Councilman DeBala.
Yes, just a quick question. Do you know any more about the N95 mass distribution? Will it be through the libraries or we don't know?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. It's same way, same operations is through the Montgomery County Library System.
Any chance that municipalities will get masks through the county like we ultimately did with the tests?
I would say more information on that. We have our COVID call in the morning
Stay
every
tuned.
Thursday. So that's
Got
something
it.
I'm sure that we'll raise.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we're ready for the redistricting presentation. Sorry. Sorry, Kate, to have you pop on and then have to pop off, but I'm
Totally
going to turn it over to the city clerk to introduce us and walk us through it.
Hi, so tonight we have Kate Doran from Flow Analytics here to do a presentation and present 2 draft maps. We don't expect the council to bless either of these maps, but we wanted to give you a good starting point and are anxious to hear your comments this evening, because this is the first time we'll have heard council members' comments on the maps. So looking forward to that. We've been hearing from residents and we are tracking all of that information. And for next week, I'll be able to share all the comments that we've received. And it's good to see that people are now really starting to pay attention to redistricting. So looking forward to working hard over the next few weeks to get things ironed out so that the council can adopt a redistricting plan. And Kate, it's up to you now.
Great. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Kate Doran again. I am going to kind of walk through some things that we've heard before, just in case folks are watching this presentation for the first time. But just note that we did have a public hearing all the way back in September on the 22nd, where we did cover some of this as well, more of this kind of background. So if anyone wants to go back and watch that video, that will have more information than I will be presenting tonight on the process itself. So the timeline going forward from here, here we are at the review of the map options as they stand now. Another date on the 2nd for continued discussion if needed. Public hearing on the 9th. Closing the district scenario modeler, the map making tool around that time, because at some point we do have to adopt a new map. So, but leaving it open for people to be able to explore these options up until, right before the first and second reading of the plan. So that's what's coming up in the next few weeks. I'm going to talk through criteria for redistricting, just as an overview, the outreach and engagement that we have done since September, and then we will dive into the map options. So on September 29th, the council should remember that they adopted these criteria for evaluation of a redistricting plan. So in general, every project I'm working on like this, that everyone's working on, the difference between the highest population ward and the lowest population ward can't be more than 10%. So that's a given. We're operating on going under 10% for between the total populations in those wards. If practicable, we're trying to get to 5% or less. So there is this drive to get, we're striving to get lower. We're not aiming for 10%, we're aiming for 5%. Wards have to be compact and contiguous and, follow natural boundaries where it's practical, like streams or major roads. No ward shall be gerrymandered. And then we're using information gathered from residents about from the community meetings and from the surveys to figure out where kind of their communities lie within these potential map options. So when we talk about total deviation, you might hear me use that word sometimes. We are looking at balancing the total population between the districts. And so the percent deviation from the ideal population, the ideal is the total population per the 2020 census divided into the 6 wards, sorry. And then, we're looking at how far off is a particular ward's population from that ideal. So we know we can't get them all to the ideal. The census blocks are all different sizes, but we're looking at that deviation and trying to get that to close to 5%. So we've been working through this process since the beginning. We did data collection at the beginning and presented these 5 scenarios back in November to the public. And that was really an initial take at here's some ideas. Here are ways that we could achieve that deviation being below 10% in a variety of ways based on community input leading up to that point and counselor input. So we've continued to get community input from those options, and we'll be presenting 2 new options today. So this is generally how the process goes. We're kind of in that number 4 step revisions at the moment, where we have taken all of that input into account and kind of distilled it into 2 map options, that really take all of the feedback that has been given to this point. And we will walk through those soon. And of course, the last piece is plan adoption. That will be coming up in a couple of weeks. Outreach, we have had the redistricting engagement website up since September. This is a city website, and it also directs folks over to the redistricting engagement portal, which is where all of the tools and the surveys and everything live, where the map tool is. But the city website itself, if you type redistricting into that search bar at the top, this is what you'll find. So that has all of the map options. It has the revised map options A and B. So if anyone wants to go and view those, they're all on this website currently. So we have used the district scenario modeler tool to allow people to investigate the data themselves. And that allows people to move blocks from one ward to another and see how that results in different deviations and really kind of play around with the data. So we've had some maps submitted through that tool, but really the communities of interest survey is the kind of the biggest, the most used survey that we've had so far. We've also had a general comment survey. So we're pulling in all of this information from various places that have been set up on the redistricting website. And we've had 2 community sessions. So one was in October. This really focused on building knowledge. So letting folks know what is redistricting, why does it matter? Talking to the group about what are the most important, spaces, places to consider, what are their thoughts about their communities, what are their thoughts about the boundaries of the current districts and how they might be improved, or wards. And then teaching people how to submit those surveys or a sample map and encouraging them to do that after the session. So that was in October before we had any map options. And then in December, on the 2nd, we had our second community session. So that again covered the process, just in case folks weren't at the first one. But we reviewed those 5 map options during that community session. And then we got feedback in real time from the community during that session about which maps they preferred and why, and other input that they had. And all of that feedback has been compiled into, we basically have a big spreadsheet of all of the feedback we've gotten so far, and that includes feedback we got from the community sessions. So those were very successful, very well attended, especially per a redistricting effort for a city the size of Tacoma Park. We were amazed at how many people came. So that was really great, because this is the type of feedback that we needed to be able to refine those maps. So the communities of interest surveys that were submitted, there were 51, and you can kind of see this map over to the right. I just wanted to show you all that, you know, this is what it looks like, all of the communities that have been submitted when they're all stacked on top of each other. So you can see a lot of the kind of Long Branch Sligo area. A lot of people identified that area, but you can see lots of overlapping areas. Some areas are really big, some areas are, you know, very small, just as a block wanting to stay together. So all of these have been taken into account as well. Even if people didn't submit a shape, generally from their comments, we can figure out what the community, where the community was that they were describing. We had 5 maps submitted through the map tool, and then 43 general comments submitted, either about the process or which maps they liked the best and why. So all of that information was compiled as well. So taking into account the communities of interest through that survey, so we had 51 through the survey alone, but also comments and emails that we received. I had been forwarded a couple of emails from counselors. So taking all of that into account, we really had 73, you know, unique comments about communities of interest. When we broke that down, there were 11 that were small enough that they would always be geographically contained within one ward. So, you know, imagine the northern part of Ward 5. So that's always going to be in Ward 5, and it's up in that area, and it can't really be districted to anywhere else. So pieces like that, where we didn't really have to take those into account because they would by default be taken into account. There were 5 areas that were too large or too broadly defined, too generally defined for one ward. So there would be too many people if we included that entire area as one ward. So then we're left with 57 areas that we were using in developing the map options. And of those 57 kind of unique comments, 35 were from the Long Branch Sligo neighborhood. So when we think about, you know, taking things into account for these maps, there's 35 comments from that area, but it is one defined area. And then there were a few other areas that had 1 or 2, you know, 2 or 3 folks writing in about those areas, and then 11 other kind of unique areas. So either not a named community, but definitely a described area that we were taking into account. So total, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these kind of neighborhoods where more than one person had submitted one, and then another 11 areas, so about 17 areas that we're looking at in the city. Okay, so map options. What we did was we took the feedback from the 5 map options before, and they really kind of fell into 2, the 5 really fell into 2 kind of distinct categories. One was, let's try to keep this similar to the current wards, balance it, but keep it similar. And then another one that takes more of the communities of interest into account. So that's kind of where we fell with this revised option A and B. Again, and Jesse had said this as well, neither of these are potentially going to be the final map. They could be, but they can also be revised as well. But we wanted to kind of take these 2, you know, themes of maps and listen to some of the feedback that we've gotten, clean them up, and then this is what we'll be presenting. Just a note at the bottom there, Ward 4 and Ward 6 are the same in both of the maps. And so, you know, if we're looking at comparing the 2 maps, it's really the other 4 wards that are having changes between them, but 4 and 6 are the same in both. So revised map A, we're calling this close to existing. You can see the current boundaries are the dark blue lines. So if District 3 had either 3 had fewer people, I'd have to look at the data in a moment, or the other, the other wards gained more people. So basically this Ward 3 has to shrink. And so this is kind of keeping it close to existing, but having the right number of people in it would look something like this. So then you've got folks that were in Ward 3 that would be in Ward, kind of this area here where the hash lines are would be moving towards 1, 4, and 5. And then generally not too much change elsewhere. So you'll see this area moving from 6 to 2 in both of the maps because 2 needed more people in this in both scenarios. So this is a 6.5% deviation, which is actually really good. So taking, I know we're aiming for 5, but when you start to look at it, if anyone's kind of played with the maps like Jesse and I have, the number of people in some of these census blocks is 200 people for one block. So when you move it from one ward to another, it's not a 0.5% change where you can make those tweaks. It's a 2% change or something. So 6.5% is actually pretty good in keeping with, trying to keep this as similar, to how it currently is. So the summary statistics, you can see the ideal population listed here, and the overall range is that 6.5%. And then for each of the wards, you've got the total population in this option, the number over or under ideal. So you can see it's never over 100 people. So it is, it's all within 3% of each other, which is good. And a note about Ward 6, we are moving this area to Ward 2 in both of the maps. If we put this area back into Ward 6, it would be 3% over. So there's enough people in that block that either 6 is going to be 3% under or 3% over. So just to balance Ward 2 better and end up with a lower deviation, that area would be in Ward 2 instead. And then you can see the total population. And this information is on the redistricting website. It's also on the agenda website for tonight. So if folks want to dig into these numbers a little more, but they are generally very similar between the two options as well. So this is a zoom in view of option A. So this is really the area where most of this, is kind of taking place. Most of the change is kind of taking place. So anywhere where these kind of hash lines are, is a change area. This is an area here, Manor Circle, that community requested to have it all be in the same ward. So these blocks over here are kind of added into 3 so that that whole area would be in one ward. And then otherwise the other side of Carroll Ave, this area was basically requested by a couple of people to be in one ward, both sides of Carroll Ave. And just the way that the population works out in the city, it's not possible. You'd have to have a ward in the center of the city, and it's really too many people that are in that area to be able to create other wards in a circle around it. And so that area does get divided among a couple of different wards. And I will show a comparison slide between A and B at the end. So revised map B is what we're calling the communities of interest map. It takes more of the communities of interest into account, specifically Long Branch, Sligo area, and then this kind of area south of, I think it's Ethan Allen Ave here. So those are really two of the places, the major places that are being taken into account in this map. So this is the 6.2% deviation versus 6.5. No, they're essentially the same between the two maps. And Ward 4 and Ward 6, again, are the same. And I will show a comparison in a moment, but we can look at the total population over under. Again, it's very similar. 6 is the same, and it's the highest because of that one block having a specific number of people in it. But again, the total population by race and ethnicity per ward is fairly similar as well between the two. So this area has more of Ward 5 kind of coming across Carroll Ave in this instance, and then same for Ward 4, same area here for Ward 3, but this would be, you know, in order to move an area south of Ethan Allen Ave to Ward 3, then Ward 2 would come up and Manor Circle would be in Ward 2 in this instance. All right, let's look at the comparison real quick. And I made these slides so that when there are comments, we can come back to them. The differences between map A and map B. In map A, basically Ward 5, we would love to, you know, not have to cross Carroll Ave, but if we don't, Ward 5 alone is almost 7% over the ideal population, just on its own. So that, and then you've obviously got some other ones that are below, you know, below the ideal population. So that really would push it up to close to 10% if we didn't cross Carroll Ave. So the two options here are kind of this area off of Garland Ave, and then this area off of Jackson. So that's two differences there. And this one, map B, would keep all of that Long Branch Sligo area together by pulling this block instead. So that's the big difference for Ward 5. And then the difference for Ward 3, you can really look at either it kind of extends along Carroll Ave where it does currently, just kind of adds a couple more areas, but does lose areas to other wards just to balance the population. Or it's this area here that would be in Ward 3 that's south of Ethan Allen Ave. And you'll see this one block here moving into Ward 3 from Ward 1. And the only reason that this block shifts between the two maps is to keep the deviation lower. So technically you could move this orange block into Ward 3 and this one as well. You just might have a slightly higher deviation. So in the interest of trying to lower that, we move this block to Ward 1, but it could, you know, it could move back, just give and take with the deviation there. So those are the major differences between these two maps. It's really looking at the play between Ward 5 and Ward 2 and Ward 3 and Ward 2. And this one block for Ward 1. So I'll just go through next steps, but then we can back up with comments. So we would love everyone to review these revised map options, continue submitting comments. There's a new comment form. You'll see the same button on the redistricting portal. It's also on the main website. We've got the same link in both places. So a way to keep getting comments from folks. The map tool is still open, so folks can really go in, that you can click on you can click on one of these and it'll open that option in a map, and you can play around with that option and see, you know, what if I move this block in this particular option from here to here? So that's helpful. I think you don't have to start from scratch. You can start from the option. And then the next public hearing is on February 9th. And that is all from me. And I am happy to, I think Jesse will probably facilitate a discussion, but I'm happy to go back in the slides.
Great. Thank you, Kate, so much for that presentation. Ms. Carpenter, do you have any other comments, or should we go to council comments?
Yeah, I think we're ready for council comments at this point, and definitely looking forward to hearing from you all. I want to point out that the second map, the first map does attempt to keep existing conditions. The second map does have some impacts that I'm certainly aware of. But again, these are starting points is what they are. And we want to hear from council now. Thank you.
Ms. Carpenter, or if you could speak to, and I think this was alluded to in the presentation, but I think sometimes it gets confusing when we're talking about blocks, which like a city block, and sometimes wanting to keep a block together versus what we mean by a census block, and why from the city's perspective, it's important to have census blocks as much as we can stay together.
Right. Kate, can you pull up something something that shows like maybe the district scenario modeler or something that
Yeah.
shows the blocks very clearly?
Yep.
Or even that population map that we have? If that's
Yeah,
possible.
true. Yeah, let me do that. Let me
Yeah.
pause this.
So,
and then I will-
so we will pull up something that will show very clearly what the blocks that the Census Bureau designated to report population and demographics in. And it creates some limitations for us because some of the census blocks are very large. For instance, in particular, you would notice the that section of Ward 4 is one that would now include Darwin Avenue and part of Grant Avenue, is one very large census block. There are a couple of other really large census blocks in the city, and it makes it challenging to, and those census blocks are what we use to build the maps, because in each block we have information on the population and the demographics. If we deviate from having those census blocks, then we are doing estimates on population and demographics. So staff is certainly encouraging council to keep census blocks whole, but it creates challenges. You can see in front of you this, Kate, can you point to the extremely large census block in Ward 4? So
Yeah,
that has
this one has-
1,063 people in it,
Yeah.
as you can see, and it includes, that's part of Darwin Avenue, all of Darwin Avenue, part of Grant Avenue. It includes half of one side of Ritchie Avenue, and then it includes, I believe, one of the high-rise buildings on Maple Avenue. So that is a giant census block. There's a couple of other ones that are a little challenging. Down in the middle in current Ward 2, there are a couple of really large blocks. So as people are looking at this map, you see the lines on the map are designating individual census blocks. And those are the building blocks we use to create the wards and the count of population between the wards. I'm hoping that makes sense.
Yeah, I think just to emphasize too, especially in the equity work we're doing, and when we're talking about impacts and looking at different things across the city, the way to actually be able to look at that is by census block, because we do have demographic information, but actually even more information that we can glean from the Census Bureau through the American Community Survey and other things to look at the community. So I'm not advocating yet until we get into the maps, but I just wanted to make sure we all understood the difference between talking about like a street, a block, and keeping that together, and what we were talking about in terms of census blocks. So I think it gets confusing. Thank you for that. Councilmember Smith?
Thank you for the presentation. Can you walk me through both maps, A and B, the additions to Ward 5? How many units are we talking about? Are we talking about 10, 20 more residential homes, a couple more apartment buildings? Do you have that data? And if you do, can you share it with me?
Yes. So current Ward 5, I believe, let me just grab this, is, let's see if I get it right. I believe this is current Ward 5. And so it's too few people to balance it out. So in this map option, we are looking at, this is option B, we're looking at adding this area into Ward 5. And so let me, sorry, my videos are in the way. That's 620 people. And so I don't know how many individual units would be there, but that is about the number of people that you would have to bring in. You can see in this map, Ward 5 is only below the ideal by 6 people. So just happened to work out that way. But we do have, let's go here. So for option, hold on while it refreshes itself. For option A, it looks like it is an additional 564 people. And so you can see that 5 is, 62 people under, but it's still, within 2% of the ideal. So it's not as many people moving into Ward 5 in this option as in the other option by, 60 people basically. But yeah, it is a lot of people that need to be added into Ward 5 to balance it back out with everyone else.
Thank you. And by any chance, did you guys do any analysis to find out why Ward 5 lost so many people? Because there weren't any vacant apartments that I know of, and the only impact that I saw was the students weren't at Washington Adventist University because of the pandemic. Did you guys do any research to find out why Ward 5 lost so many residents?
I can look and see. Let me just pause real quick and see what the overall growth was, because usually it's not necessarily because a ward lost residents, it's because the other wards gained more faster, over time. But let me see, I'm going to pull up a table in a moment and see if I can just answer that.
We know that the dorms at Washington Adventist University were, I believe, vacant at the time of the census as well.
Thank you, Jessica.
It looks like it went down by about 400-ish. Just not going to try to do the math in my head, but it did go down. Ward 5 went down by about 400.
Okay, but you guys don't know why it went down. It's just, it went down.
In black there. He said,
Jesse, do you want to call on the next person? I wasn't sure who had their hand up.
I think the mayor will, the mayor will take it from here.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I was having some, all of a sudden music was playing on my computer. I have no idea why. Something got turned on. Apologies. Okay, Councilmember Smith, you're done asking your questions. So then
I just had one more.
Sorry.
I know you said it went down 400, but do you know why it went down 400, or you don't get into that granular detail?
No, we wouldn't know why, the reasons behind why. Part of it could be, and we've seen this elsewhere, the pandemic, and depending on how motivated folks were to get their census forms filled out while everything was crazy. We've definitely seen other projects where, counselors in districts or commissioners in districts are like, nobody has left. Why is it gone down so much? And it's just response rates, can be part of it. Or it can just be developments in other areas. But yeah, because it went down by 400, it could be response rate if you don't think that people have moved out of that area. And it could be the university, like you were saying.
Thank you.
If you'll bear with me, I have another map that I could show that that shows the structures. If I could share my screen, give me just a minute. That may be helpful to Councilmember Smith's question. So give me just a minute to figure out how to share my screen with this. Here we go. All right. Can you see the map I'm showing you?
Yep.
Do you see it? So this is option A. If I take off the current wards, let's just look at option A. So Councilmember Smith, you'll see that it does still include Essex House in Ward 5, but it also brings in the Jefferson Avenue and that side of Carroll Avenue. And then of course the 2 blocks from Lumbridge, Sligo across Carroll Avenue are brought in with this in this scenario. Is that helpful?
Yes, that's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Searcy.
Yeah, I want to pick up where Councilmember Smith left off, and I am nervous about the assumption because of the students not being in the dorms and the impact that has on our counts. So if we know that the university was vacant during the census, does it, like, what assumptions are we making? And I'm sorry, Jesse, I think we can see your email.
Oh, good. Okay. Who knows what we have here? I'm going to stop sharing for a minute.
Stop sharing.
Get myself together. Okay.
I can share again in case we want to look at the maps.
So, yeah, so if we know that the university, because of the pandemic, was vacant at the time of the census, should we proceed with the assumption that we don't include them in the counts when we know that they exist? Or do we work under an assumption, maybe in having conversations with the university around when those dorms, you know, kind of what that student estimate is going to be? Because I think that's a flaw just due to the pandemic. If we're basing our boundaries on an assumption that a university campus housing, you know, the dorms are empty when we all know that they won't be indefinitely. So has there been any conversations around, or have you seen how other jurisdictions may be treating those kinds of things where they have a university that was vacant during the pandemic because of the pandemic, and how they're including them in accounts?
Yeah, even just people kind of, did you want to go ahead?
No, you go ahead. And I'll
we've
add.
just been seeing, you know, other places where they know that a big development went in 2020, you know, that kind of, where they're like, I'm trying to figure out how to balance this. Legally, we have to use the 2020 census numbers, but you could do something like take these 2 blocks. I'm going to take them out of Ward 5 and put them back into Ward 2, just for argument. And so now Ward 5 it's 6.2% under, but your underlying assumption could be like, but we know there will be more people there, you know, when they're back in school, or they're currently back in school. So you can go further under. This obviously we'd have to do some more balancing here because now it's at 11%. As long as it's under 10%, the problem with Ward 5 is that once you take away the blocks on that south side of Carroll Ave in either place, it goes up to 6.2%. And so then your deviations end up very close to 10. And so that's just kind of a, you know, you could have an argument for it, but you would have to take the scenario and bring it back under 10. And so balancing Ward 5 is the best way to do that. But that's, you know, things like that are an option, as long as it's under 10.
Okay. Yeah, that was one question. And another, I know that just because I played around with the maps, and I know just because of just the sheer data, it's a little hard to kind of mess around with things. But so in Ward 6, that little sliver that moves over to Ward 2, one of the things that is happening there is a renovation project of the large apartment complex that is in that ward. So I don't think that those numbers are going to go down. In fact, I think they may go up once, because I think they're actually making some of the units larger in the renovation, so they could actually have more people. So that is something that we'll also just kind of have to keep in mind when I played around with the numbers. And I'm talking about, I guess, in that little sliver that's Ward 6, closest to the orange line right now, that has like 183 folks. Yeah. That could potentially go up. We'll need to follow up with the property managers, because they're actually vacating and doing a complete gut renovation and making some of those units larger, which means that population likely will grow in terms of the total capacity of that complex. So that's something else that we'll kind of need to follow up on and kind of see how that might actually impact what potential numbers might look like for that sliver. Because I think the only thing that's in that block is Hillwood Manor apartments and the school. Right. Thank you.
Great. Councilman Devala.
Yes, thanks. Continuing along the theme here of the blocks between Ward 5 and Ward 2. So your comments to date, by far the most comments you've received concern the Long Branch Sligo neighborhood, and those two blocks identify with the Long Branch Sligo neighborhood. So I personally prefer to work with option A and see if we can reincorporate that into Ward 2, understanding that it's not quite that simple. I think it's reasonable to assume that the dorms will have people in them that count as citizens under the census and count as voters. And so I feel fine making that assumption and moving those two and having a goal of moving those two blocks back in. I have a clarifying question in another part of current Ward 2. And I have received a number of comments that you all don't have yet. So I'm trying to figure out what the best way to do that is. So to my point, in the far south of current Ward 2, there's one really, really large block, which has the McLaughlin School at its center. The lower bound is Poplar, and the maps seem to differ on the location of the upper bound. And so my first clarifying question is Conway, I'm pointing at my screen, but of course you all can't see what I'm pointing at. If you look, there's a road there, Conway, in what's shaded green now. So that's a block, and yet it's included in the big block. And so that's confusing to people who live there because it's difficult to know exactly what gets moved. So to the underlying point, which is that block and the string of houses next to it along Conway, that is one of those situations where the block is huge. In the middle of it is an institutional property, the McLaughlin School, plus a patch of woods. And so the folks who live on Conway and Belford there, and Prince George's there, identify with Forest Park neighborhood, with what used to be called Hampshire Knolls neighborhood, just north of them, and not with the folks across the way, across the school to the other side, Goody and Poplar. And it's a unique situation with a couple of streets that dead end and makes one huge census block. But as far as how people relate to each other, it's been made very clear to me that the people on Conway and Belford and Prince George's all want to be together. So I put that out there first to get clarification. Is this literally all one block, including Conway, which does make a circle there? Or is it 2 blocks? That's my first question.
Yeah, so this one with the school in the middle here, Conway comes down like this. This is all one block. And
yeah,
then
that's odd because Conway does in fact connect. And so you would think based on the census block definition that it would be its own census block because it's a complete loop of street. It's not a dead end street, for example, like Goody. Just south of it. But you're saying this is the official map and it is one big block.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
One big census block. Okay. All right. So that's the clarification that people wanted. And then my comment to the rest of the council is that this is one of the few places where it really just doesn't make any sense to stick to the census blocks, literally. And then the third thing I wanted to bring up was I have heard from a lot of people on Woodland Avenue that they, which is also in this part of the ward too, that they are one of the streets that's divided in half by a census line. So my question is, how do we want to receive public comment now? Do we want public comments to go as several people on Woodland did today, to go straight to the council and mayor, or do we want them all to go to some place that the consultant can then assemble? What will we be telling people about how to comment?
So the form that is on the website now is coming to the city, and we will share it with the consultant. So we can transition from having the comments go directly to the consultant and having them come directly to the city, and we will share them
through the comment form.
Yes.
Okay. So Forest Park residents who've been commenting directly to me should be, and I'll get this out to folks, and I'm sure the other council members will as well, should be using the form, and then all the council will see it. Okay, that's good.
Right. And the ones that I have received a couple by email, which I didn't have a chance to share this evening, but I will also just enter them into the form. So we'll have everything in one place.
Yeah. So thanks for all the work and for the 2 options and for explaining to us what in concept, what the difference between the 2 of them is. And then to just restate, I think I'm leaning toward trying to work with option A. That's it for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see who's next here. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you for that. And thank you to Flow Analytics for all the explanations. I think that the idea of using census blocks broadly makes sense because that does ensure that we have the most accurate demographic and population data available when we develop the new map. But I think as we've also seen just in this discussion so far this evening with my colleagues and in the presentation, some of the census blocks are, I don't know if the right word is random, but they don't necessarily appear to be constructed around how neighborhoods are set up or where there are natural boundaries and so on that exist. And so to me, I agree we shouldn't return to what we evidently did in the previous redistricting, which I wasn't involved in, where there's lots and lots and lots of divided census blocks. But I do think that in a few cases around the city, it seems like it probably makes sense. Now, I'm really familiar with one specifically, and I know that it probably doesn't work to say, okay, just address the one that's in the ward that I represent. And obviously, we need to look at them all around. And I think particularly where they all sort of merge together in the middle, that might be a spot where it's complicated to do it. But I do want to highlight the one in particular I mentioned in response to the public comment earlier, but this is Darwin Avenue and the portion of Grant. And so maybe if that can be highlighted, it's the that sort of arrow-shaped thing just to the left of the Tacoma Park branch. I can't quite read that on my screen, but there's a little arrow-shaped area which includes in the yellow, which includes basically 11 homes on Darwin Avenue and 8 on part of Grant. And so those are in a census block with over 1,000 people. I think it's one of, if not the largest census blocks in the city. The people who live in those 2 streets are connected to residential areas in the Hodges Heights neighborhood. And that includes streets like Hodges Lane and Chestnut and part of Holly Avenue and the rest of Grant for folks who know the area. Possibly a little bit of Philadelphia also is included within that. And they don't border in a contiguous way any residential portion of Ward 4. And they're split off from them from middle school and Piney Branch Elementary and Wilhelm Park and Dog Park and Lee Jordan Field and Tacoma Woods and the public works facilities, and even to a degree you could argue Tacoma Park Elementary and the community center and the library. If you want to drive from Ward 4 to get all the way around, you're going to walk through. It really is divided. And so to me, it makes sense to, although we overall go with this principle of not wanting to divide up census blocks, to make an exception in this case. And as I say, I understand once you start that, maybe a few other people want to do them as well. It's 19 homes, and Arthur David Olson, who commented earlier, who's not a Ward 1 resident, said that according to the Census Bureau, the average number of people who live in a home in the country is 2.63. So if you multiply that, it's around 50 people. And I understand we don't know precisely, but if we posit that it's 50 people, one option would just be to shift. There's another census block that under either of these 2 options is currently proposed to be in Ward 1. It's up near Tacoma Junction. I think there's 61 people in it. It could be pushed right into Ward 4. It's in the lower right where you are right now. If you slide the map over a little bit. Well, it's just to the
This one has, this one had 61.
Right. So if you did a swap like that, they'd probably end up around the same. I will say I did the math out just to see if you didn't make the swap and just removed, let's say 50 residents, then the spread from with option A would go from 6.5% to 8.2%, still below that 10%, but higher. And if it was done with option B, it would drop slightly from 6 to 6.2%. So both would fall within the tolerance. And obviously, if the 61 were swapped back, end up about the same. And people might say, well, it's just a neighborhood. What's the difference? There are, and there have been a number of issues that have cropped up during the time I've represented the area, which are specific to that spot. And it relates to the schools and to the transportation around the school and the movement of the students and traffic safety and pedestrian safety and certain crime trends that have been there and issues relating to stormwater flow and a whole host of things. And I'm not saying that it's impossible that somebody from Ward 4, and I know my colleague Terry Siemens or whoever else ends up there in future years could do a great job there, but the group is interested in staying together. I understand there's a petition with about 60 or so people who have signed it, indicated they'd like to be kept in with Hodges Heights in Ward 1. So at the appropriate time, I'm going to formally propose that. And then I just have one other question separate, and this goes over to the area down in the corner by in the other direction, sorry, where the Old Town Commercial District is. And if you go a little farther in the other direction.
To
Down
the
one.
south or to the north?
Go
To the
south.
Go to the south, yep, all the way to the south as far as you can go.
South and
Keep going, keep going, right, so right
a little
there.
bit
so
further.
The little chunk that's the one difference between the two, right? So right now, that little chunk there, which includes the Laurel Avenue and part of the Carroll Avenue Commercial District, exactly, and then I think part of 3 streets like Eastern Avenue, Walnut, and Westmoreland in currently in Ward 3. And so one of the residents asked what I thought was an interesting point, because some people have an interest in keeping the commercial district unified in one ward along the strip of Carroll and Laurel, where there are businesses and no residents. Has there ever been a situation in which a decision was made to say, okay, well, that commercial strip will, for example, stay in Ward 1, but all the residents would still count for Ward 3. That would be more relevant for B than A, because in A, that section stays within there. I just wonder whether anything like that is ever done before, to your knowledge. You go to map B. And this is my last question. And you look at the same spot, that green spot there. So along the edge of it, that's the commercial district. No one lives along the edge of it, Laurel Avenue or that little bit of Carroll Avenue. So have you ever heard of any case? I'm just curious, not Kate Stewart, if you are familiar with any situations in which a street that's just commercial was a decision was made to shift that into a different ward, which I have no relation.
Yeah, not that I can think of. Only that, a particular business district might be all kept together because of the residents there. But I think the focus is always on residents, where they live, because that's, that's who's going to vote, I guess. But yeah, it is like sometimes you do, that could be a community of interest where you might keep this piece with Ward 3 so that both sides, that's a valid reason to do it, but I don't think I've seen anyone split the block with the business away from the residents, because it's the same number of people either way.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Great. Councilman Costick.
First of all, thank you so much for the presentation. This was super informative. And I'm having a meeting tomorrow with residents in Ward 3, and I will definitely point them to watching this, because I do think this is super helpful. I don't have a lot to build on in terms of what my other colleagues said. I do think Councilmember Kovar's question regarding that section with the commercial district and the residents that we were just looking at is a really interesting one. And one of my questions was actually about the map that moved that section into Ward 1. I believe it is map with the other map, whichever we're on. Yeah, this one. I know you had noted in the community feedback that you heard from 3 residents from the Westmoreland Area Community Association, which is right there. So I'm actually a little surprised that this particular block was chosen to be moved, because that would be part of that, part of the area I would have anticipated they sort of would have highlighted as wanting to keep together. So it sounded to me like you were noting maybe it wouldn't cause a significant change in overall population if that section were moved back into Ward 3 if we had some version of this map. Is that correct in understanding, or does that really significantly change population?
I think that it brings the deviation up. So that's kind of where we were going with the 2 maps. Is this one has a lot more of that. The community said we want to keep these areas together, which includes this area that we were just talking about not being split up because of the way the blocks are aligned. And it includes this area as well. And then this one is the try to keep the deviation low while trying to keep blocks similar to how they are now. Obviously, still big changes. And so if we move this, and we can do it right now, actually, if we remove this from Ward 1 and move it into 3, we can see what the deviation is. Ah, it's even better. So this one was probably something that was while we were working on this, kind of middle section. So yeah, we can definitely put that back.
Okay. Yeah,
we can even update that. We can update that for
okay.
Option A, because it makes more sense.
And I can fight with Councilmember Kovar about where the commercial businesses go. No, but I do think it's a fair point that it would be useful to try to keep the commercial businesses in the same ward as much as possible.
Can I just interject for a minute? Isn't that what option B is?
So option B basically takes these blocks here.
Right, I mean, but for the
Allen
part that Councilmember Kosic's talking about, that is option B. Okay.
Yeah, so when we're building the maps, it's often, we're kind of working on them piece by piece, and then we get to a good point. We're like, this is great, it looks great. But this piece can obviously go back into Ward 3 easily. So we can even, Jesse, we can even redo option A to include that one. We were trying to keep them as similar as possible while showing these kind of two ideas of basically where Ward 3 would be. But yeah.
Awesome. Well, that was easy. Thank you. The other thing I just do want to note is, both of the maps do significantly change Ward 3, I think, the most of any of the wards. I'm holding this session tomorrow to hear from residents. I don't feel like I've heard from residents as much as I would like. I really am hoping to hear from people a little more in the next couple of weeks on the changes. And I think I'll have a better sense of where they are as soon as I get that. Looking at this map and the other map as well, there is a lot of ward interaction right along Carroll Avenue there. You've got kind of in the stretch from the junction to Washington Adventist University, you've got, 4 different wards basically interacting there. And that is Carroll Avenue there is a stretch where we know we've had a lot of safety issues, and we've been working with SHA, and there might be advantages to having there be multiple council members involved in that kind of work. But I also think it could create challenges in terms of having sort of neighborhood meetings and talking about issues that are impacting that particular stretch. So I think that's just something to kind of be aware of. And also, I think, this map splits up a lot of the parts of Ward 3 that are kind of on the other side of Carroll Avenue from the stretch that in this map is remaining in Ward 3. I do think this does a relatively good job of keeping affinity groups together on that section, even though they moved to a different ward. But I think we could drill into that maybe a little more. There's limited places that Ward 1 can go. I do think it's a little funky to have Ward 1 right in there next to Ward 4 and 5 and 3 in this map. So I might just be interested in looking at that a little more. But I'm hoping to have some more feedback from people after tomorrow night, and I'll forward that on.
Yeah, I agree. It's really, kind of how the population played out in the blocks. You can really start to see like Ward 1 would make sense not having these 2 blocks, but then it's too far under, those kinds of things. And then this block here has 377 people in it, where this one has 61. So it would make more sense for that one to be in Ward 1 as well, but it has too many people in it. So it's like, you're trying to keep that population balance while not making it look too, crazy. But yeah, I was imagining, walking along this street, and it's like, got a ward here, a ward here, a ward here, so, but these are all big, bigger blocks along this area. And again, like this, it would be nice if we could include these in Ward 4 instead, so there's not as many, but then Ward 5 would have to go further into Ward 2 to make up for it. And, so it's all these kind of, the more we get into it, the more you start to understand the kind of the limitations of where you can play on those edges. So.
Thank you.
Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. And I really want to thank you for the presentation tonight. I think people don't realize how difficult this task is. Many times you look at it and you say, oh, this ought to be easy. But when you have all the restrictions on staying within census blocks and all of the numbers you have to make work and all the other rules, it's, what looks like it's going to be easy becomes very difficult when you get in and actually start trying to do the work. And I think maybe some of the residents have started to realize that as they've played with the interactive map. Anyways, I just wanted to thank you for all the work you've put into this and for the recommendations you have specifically for Ward 4. I would also like to voice support for Councilmember Kovar for his request that the Hodges Heights neighborhood there in Darwin Avenue stay within Ward 1. I looked at the numbers and it doesn't make a significant difference to Ward 4. But I think the key thing and the reason that it's different than any of the other areas that I've looked at within the two maps is that little neighborhood is, although it looks like it's contiguous to Ward 4, and obviously it is, but there's a lot of unpopulated areas between that neighborhood, that little section of that neighborhood, and the other residents of Ward 4. And I think it's that those residents would be better served to be grouped with their immediate neighbors rather than with people that are across the valley from where they live. I will say that should we decide to leave them in Ward 4, I certainly will look forward to serving them during the next term, as well as I serve the other residents of Ward 4. And it's kind of exciting to see so many new residents who are single-family homeowners being included in Ward 4 with either of the recommendations that you're making. Again, thank you for your work.
Welcome.
Great. I think, yep, that's all. So yeah, thank you so much for this. I think consolidating the feedback you've gotten so far into these two maps has been really helpful for us to focus our discussion. So we appreciate all that work. I do want to agree with Councilmember Kovar and Councilmember Siemens. And while a lot of my work does look at census tracts and other things, and I am a true believer in keeping them together, the 19 homes on Darwin, Hodges Lane, and Grant, like it just, given how it is separated from Ward 4, it really doesn't seem to make much sense. So I think I would be supportive in that one instance of sort of breaking our rule for those 19 homes. And I also want to go back to where we started the conversation with Councilmember Smith and see if we can do what it would look like if we do assume that Washington Adventist University students are going to be in those dorms, and what if we put that into our thinking on the maps, what Ward 5 would then look like. Because I think safe to say that the university is going to be around in there, and students will be in their dorms. And I think that might also address some of the issues potentially with some of the other neighborhoods who want to stay in Ward 2 and stay together. So I think I'd support looking at that as well. Yeah, and I think, what Councilwoman talked about regarding Conway and Prince George's and Belford Place in those areas, I do agree as well that it doesn't make sense to break them up, but I think we can, if we looked at map B, I believe they're all together. So I think that we do have an option in front of us for potentially keeping them together. But it's also the typology, if that's right, of the area when you're there, that those streets, in addition to what Councilwoman Dabala has said about Conway, Belford, and Prince George's, they're all in one area, and then it's kind of like you go up a hill then to get to Goody, Poplar. It is different in just how the physical area separates the neighborhood. I would lean towards keeping those together, but I think there may be ways of keeping them in the same census tract and not having to break that up, hopefully. So that would be my feedback. And I guess the question I have for Kate, for you and the city clerk and my colleagues is, we tentatively scheduled, so just to go back to the schedule, we tentatively scheduled a work session next week just to kind of see if we didn't get far enough tonight. Then we have a public hearing and another work session on the 9th and our first vote on the 16th. I may recommend, but I'm happy to amend this and can keep our work session next week that we had tentatively scheduled. But it seems like we've gotten out a lot of the big picture questions, and people are going to have more individual meetings this week, and maybe can send emails to the city clerk and to Kate with some additional feedback, and then come back on the 9th to give them more time to kind of work with some of the maps and give us some of the options based on what feedback you got tonight. And you could maybe tell us, like, no, you actually can't do this because it does violate, the distribution or something else. I'm happy to keep the work session on next week, but I'm not sure how much further we'll get in a week's time. So just want to check in with everybody.
May I say, I'd like to check a few things with the city attorney. I know he's on this call, and I don't want to put him on the spot now by any means, but I would like to brief him a little bit on where we're at and see if there are any concerns that he might have. So I would like the chance to do that. And we could continue to take comments. So can you tentatively keep that work session on, and then we'll.
Oh yeah, no, I just wanted to know, we're all together. I just wanted to, and it could be, if you want to talk to the city attorney and then report back some things to us next week, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm happy to keep it on. I just didn't want to, if we weren't ready to have a deeper conversation, if people needed more time to get feedback from residents, if you and Kate needed more time to kind of look at the comments and do that, I didn't want to rush us next week, but I'm happy to keep it on if we want to.
Yeah, and maybe you could make a final decision on Friday.
Yeah. Okay, we'll do it that way. And if any council members feel strongly one way or the other, just shoot us an email. Okay, well, I think that is it for redistricting for tonight. Stay tuned keep sending in comments on this. And again, tentatively a work session next week, definitely a public hearing on February 9th and another work session. We are scheduled to vote, our first vote on the 16th and the second vote on the 23rd. So, great. Thank you. And we'll move on now to, let's see, what's our next item is our voting session. This is the resolution adopting the city council meeting rules and procedures. Before we get to the resolution, and I think I can share my screen and we can walk through the where we are with the draft procedures, and then see if we're ready to vote this evening. All right, my computer's been doing weird things all night, but can people see that? All right, hopefully no music will play spontaneously. Okay. I will just, hold on one sec.
Mayor Stewart, it might help if you close the comment box. If you, in your review, show all revisions in line, like go up to review and you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so. Yeah. No, not
No.
that. There's something that says your Word version is different than mine. Sorry. No.
No, I'm not seeing it.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, stop showing comments. Unclick that. It's to your left. There. Just try. Just. Sorry.
Sorry.
No. Oh well.
No, it's not doing it. I'm
Sorry.
clicking it. It's
Okay.
not changing anything. Yeah.
I tried.
Okay. All right. So just make sure I'm not sure if I can see everybody. So if you raise your hand, just holler. So the first item, and I think we changed this last week and there were no additional changes, but if people just want to look at it, this has to do with the idea that we would just sort of check in during a meeting to see if we're getting close to the 11th hour. And the goal is to end our meetings by 11 p.m. And if we're not going to do that, then to make a conscious decision that we're going to keep on going or table something for a later date.
Is it possible to make the image bigger? Because it's hard for me to see. And maybe you could make it big enough so we don't see yeah, that's better. Thanks.
Any changes here? Okay, and so this is good. So we're going to keep this. All right, I'm moving on. So I don't think there were any other changes, but holler if you had something. We're moving back the general public comments to where we've had them before. That was discussed last week. There was under council discussions and decision-making. I think this was all fine last week. So I don't think there's any more conversation we had to have here. So I'm going to keep moving on. All right. So now I'm going to get to public comments. And this is the big part of what we need to discuss. And one of the things that came up last week was the idea of, and Mr. Arthur David Olson talked about this evening, is having public comments at all city council meetings. So that would include like when we go have a meeting to go in a closed session. It would include our budget work sessions, all meetings. We had asked the city attorney last week to look at the charter and the code, and just because the charter, these procedures need to follow the charter and code. So before we make changes like that, we had asked the city attorney just to kind of go back and look and see from his legal advice what we can do moving forward with these procedures. So I'm going to turn it over to the city attorney to report back to us.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. So I have reviewed the charter, the code, the procedures, the rules and procedures, and I've reviewed the rules and procedures dating back to the version, excuse me, that existed in 2015. And as the mayor has indicated, the hierarchical scheme, if you will, is charter, code, rules, and procedures. And the rules and procedures obviously have to be consistent with both the charter and code. And you wouldn't be able to change an approach that exists in the charter and code. So if there is a desire to change the approach espoused in the charter and code, which is now expressed in the rules and procedures, that would need to be done by addressing those two, well, the charter being a foundational document and then the city code containing the ordinances, before making the change that would follow in the rules and procedures. And I would point the mayor and council to chapter 2.04 of the code for a variety of different reasons as being the source of any ambiguity or confusion on this matter, as well as potentially others. There are a number of different provisions in chapter 2.04 that deserve clarification in a variety of different ways. But from where I sit right now in my review, I see no need to change the rules and procedures as articulated herein.
Councilmember Siemens. You're on mute, Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you. I appreciate the help. I found that answer confusing. So it's the charter and the city code say that we should have council comments at all of our meetings, and yet you say that this is fine as it's written, which says I think the last I read it was that we wouldn't have we would only have them at certain meetings. Am I misunderstanding what you said?
I believe so, Councilmember Siemens.
Good, that's all I need to know. So what you're suggesting is then that we should change this or make sure that this does say that we have our council comments at all sessions.
I don't believe that's what I said, Councilmember Siemens.
Okay.
No,
I think we should have council comments at all of our meetings. And I thank David Arthur Olson for bringing this up. I think it's not a great imposition on council members or their time. And I think it's best for a community to have maximum opportunity to make comments. I think there have been times when it has been painful because there are a lot of people wanting to say things. But that's an extreme situation that does not occur very often. So again, I would advocate that we allow council comments at all meetings.
I think Councilmember Siemens, what the city attorney is saying, he's not taking a position on whether or not we do that. But what the advice he's giving us is that before we change it here in the procedures, we need to change it in the charter and code to make sure that, because the procedures need to follow the charter and code.
Okay. So for right now, I'm going to be happy, and then I'll just have to fight any code changes or charter change.
Right. And I'm happy to put that on a future agenda and make and take this up as, reviewing that whole section on public comment, because it's,
should anyone want to limit public comments, then you would put it on the agenda.
No, I think what I was saying is we'll put on the agenda to review the charter and code sections, the sections of the charter and code that address public comments, so that we can revise those to make sure it's clear that at any council meeting, people can provide comments.
All right, it sounds like I'm going to be happy by the end of this meeting, and beyond that, we'll argue about that later. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman DeBala?
Thank you. I think I also might need to have this restated. So let me try to see what I think I heard. So a layman's reading of the city charter and code says that meetings get public comment, but the city attorney's reading, which is, of course, you're the professional, makes that distinction that a meeting is a regular meeting and special meetings are something else. So that if we wanted to have comment at every meeting in layman's terms, what a meeting is, that we would need to change the charter and the code in order to allow us to do that. Is that a fair statement of what you?
That is generally a fair statement.
Okay.
If you want that end result, you need to expressly state it, and it needs to be consistent throughout the charter and code.
All right, if I may, then now that I understand this a little better after listening to Councilmember DeValla, I think what we have before us should be the rules and procedures should make it clear that it is at all meetings of the council, public should have the opportunity to comment. And if we want something different, then we would take care of that at the time that we change the charter, the city code, and then we would also change the rules and procedures at that time also to be consistent.
To be clear, Councilmember Siemens, I certainly understand your perspective and where you're coming from, but that's essentially taking a document that is controlled. The rules and procedures are controlled by the charter and the code, and you can't change the charter and code through rules and procedures.
Right, so we would make sure that this conforms with the charter and code right now, which says all meetings.
And that is where we fundamentally disagree in terms of our review of the charter and code, Councilmember. So that's my advice, is that is not what the charter and code say from a legal perspective.
Okay, again, from the legal perspective, maybe you could say it one more time and get it through my head.
Right. So the charter supersedes the code and the rules and procedures. The code supersedes the rules and procedures. You have to read all three of them together for consistency's sake. If there is ambiguity in the charter and code, which there is in this particular circumstance, it is open to interpretation, and you look to other sections of the charter and code, and you must read them as a whole. In reading them as a whole, the reading of the charter and code says that there is a distinction between various forms of meetings, as expressed by Councilmember DeValla. Regular meetings, special meetings, public hearings, and work sessions. When you look at the charter and code in that context as a whole, which code, especially chapter 2.04, is ambiguous and inconsistent. The charter is very clear about when public comments may be allowed. In fact, it doesn't even say public comments. It allows the public to address the council on any question of a municipal matter at a regular meeting, not at all council meetings.
All right, thank you.
Councilman DeBala? Councilman Costick?
Thank you. I'm sorry if this is already inherent in what you've talked about, but my question is there anything in the wording here that precludes us from just deciding we're going to have comments at some of those other meetings? So we keep the wording here the same way it is, but we have a work session and we just have a time where there's public comments. Is there anything that kind of precludes that or no?
Well, I think that both the documents as a whole allow council to determine its rules and procedures, and these rules and procedures allow for what they allow. Sitting here right now without reviewing everything, because that's not the specific question I was looking for, I don't believe that there is something that precludes you from deciding that. For example, a public hearing, it doesn't expressly say that you should have, or one way or the other, public comments at a public hearing, but one would argue that in certain types of public hearings, you would need to have public comments. So there's a certain amount of context and common sense that needs to be applied in how these rules move forward.
Thank you. I would say I'm comfortable moving forward with keeping the wording we have here and then having our discussions later on based on that.
Councilmember Kovar.
Yes, just very quickly, I agree with Councilmember Costick. If the documents, the code and the charter, one or the other or both, say you must have public comments or whatever term is used at regular meetings, but it doesn't say you can't have them at other meetings. And we ought to just say for now, we can have them at all of them, have public comment at all the meetings, and we'll clean up the other two later on if we need to. But it seems to me that it doesn't bar us from doing it. So we ought to go with it.
Sorry, Councilmember Kovar, you faded off at the end there. So you're good to go?
I'm sorry. Since the underlying documents don't bar us from having public comment at these other types of meetings, I feel like we ought to just go ahead and do that and then clean up the charter and the code later in the ways that the city manager has suggested. But it seems as if there's nothing to prevent us from doing it. To my colleagues, I was skeptical before, but I think it makes sense and we ought to do it.
Okay, but I guess now I'm confused because we can't, if we could, I guess we could do it in practice, but we can't say in the procedure documents that we're requiring it. Maybe, is that, I don't know.
We don't have to say we'll require it. We'll just say there will be an opportunity for public comment at every meeting. There's nothing in the code that says we can't do that, or the charter that says we can't do that. There's just something in the code and charter that says we have to do it in regular meetings like tonight.
So to be clear, so I understand what the suggestion is, I don't view the language in the rules and procedures as being different than what is being suggested by Councilmember Kovar.
But the practice will be then at all of our work sessions and like when we vote to go into closed session and all the other, anytime the council convenes in a meeting, the practice will be that we will have public comments.
I don't interpret the rules and procedures as saying that, Mayor.
Well, I think that I'm trying to understand what Councilmember Kovar was saying, because that's what I'm confused now what we're doing.
That's what I was saying, yes.
Even when you're going into a closed session, you would have 17 people come and talk?
No. We can hear, Councilmember Siemens, your mic is on. We can hear.
Oh, good. You can hear that I'm being lobbied right here in my own house.
If I may, Mayor, I guess my perspective on it was, I don't see a need to change the wording here. I feel like we can go ahead with the vote because it doesn't preclude us from making that decision. And we can make it on even a case by case basis if need be, and we can have a work session next week or in the future and make the decision on how we're going to do that in practice if it's allowed. It doesn't seem to me that it changes anything about this document.
I guess from my perspective, just operational, like, because the office of the mayor sets the agenda, I would like clearer direction from council, because, and as we'll get through in other sections, I think right now our procedures and our charter and code leave too much up to the discretion of the mayor to decide certain things. And I would actually like to move away from that, quite frankly. I don't think it should be. And so I would like a clearer sense, because I don't think it should fall to one person, the mayor, to decide, okay, this work session, we're having public comments and this one we're not. So.
Well, I'd be okay having public comments other than in closed sessions.
And so would I, for the record.
Well, that makes three of us at least. I would even include closed sessions, but if that reaches agreement, I would agree with that.
You mean the public meeting before the closed session? Is that what we're talking about? Because obviously we would, I just want to make sure.
I think that's what the Mr. Smith and Mr. Kovar are talking about, and I will agree with them.
Okay, but I guess I'm going to ask the city attorney again, because I feel like we're going around in circles. Can we do that? And can we say we're doing that without changing the code and the charter first?
So I don't think that that's even really a viable consideration, that there would be public comments at a meeting to when the agenda item is to vote on going into closed session. I don't think that the charter code or the rules and procedures envision that. I think that the charter code rules and procedures envision comments being at a regular council meeting, and thereafter it is determined in accordance with the council's rules and procedures, which are set forth here.
Right, so this is the impasse we're at, as I see it. The majority of council would like public comments at any meeting the city council, public meeting the city council holds. What my understanding from the city attorney is, in order to do that, we should first change the charter and code to make that clear.
It has to be done.
That has to be done.
Correct. You cannot do it through the rules and procedures because of the existing language in the charter and code.
Right. And I think what some council members are raising is the question that it is allowable, though, for us to decide at different meetings whether or not we do want some type of public exchange and comment. So why can't we just have the practice of doing that without changing the code and the charter?
It would be inconsistent with the charter and code. Okay. It needs to be in the charter and code and then flow down to the rules and procedures if you are going to pick and choose on that front.
So does anyone have any other questions, or that is the advice of our city attorney? Councilman Dabala?
Sorry to beat this to death, but just to be clear, so in practice, where we could decide on, say, a budget session, that we want to hear public comment at the beginning of the budget session, but the city attorney thinks that that is in conflict with the charter and code. So can we start the process of changing the charter and the code, and in practice, go ahead with the majority of the council, and for work sessions like budget sessions that are not regular meetings, incorporate the public comment period? That's a question for the city attorney.
No, I don't. I think that this is no. I am not saying that you cannot make a determination that you can have comments at a public hearing like that. I think it's very clear that you can, and I think that that has been your practice for some time. But what is being put before me is an issue. It's being framed in a way to push the conversation in a certain direction. The question that I was asked to answer is whether the charter and code permit or require public comments at all council meetings. The charter and code do not permit or require that.
Councilwoman Searcy.
Thank you. I think, and definitely correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is a matter of a must or a, that term shall, right? What is required versus what you could do. And because our code is not saying that you must, we cannot put in this language that you must, right? We could, but we can't say that you must, right? So that makes sense to me for us to keep the language as is that says, in essence, we have the flexibility. We could allow for public comments at whatever meetings we decide to. But the minute we go on the road of saying we are requiring that these comments are available or that we make this a standing agenda item for all meetings, then we got to go back and change code and do all of that good stuff. So, and I guess my question is for the city attorney, am I interpreting that piece correctly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I think that we should keep the language as is. And if we find ourselves in a position where we want to require our future councils to always have public comments before every meeting, then we got to go back and we got to make it right from the ground up, which means changing everything. But the wording now allows the flexibility for us to do it if we, to have, public comments at the meetings that we see fit to have them. But we just can't require it here.
Thank you, Councilmember Searcy, for clearing up my foggy head.
No worries.
Okay. So then we're good to go here, and we will put on the agenda though to at a later time to revisit the public comments in the code and the charter. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think that's right. And I want to thank you for taking so little time on this small little item.
It's fine. All right. So then I want to make sure then we're not changing anything. And last week there was a majority of council that moved for striking the 5 minutes and just having the 3 minute. I just want to make sure that that is still, people didn't want to revisit that issue.
Could you please move it so that the whole section is shown if there's, even though there's a page break? Thank you.
Okay, so we're continuing that. All right. Moving on then. This was another area where I think a couple of people said they wanted to revisit in the yellow. We had talked about when a speaker asks questions during public comments, to the extent possible, acknowledgement or responses will be provided later in the meeting, after the meeting in writing, or at a future meeting in city manager comments. Ms. Miller had some additional comments on this. It's hard for me to see. Does anyone want to suggest any changes to this section?
Yes, I just raised my hand.
Oh, sorry, I can't see you, council member. When I'm sharing my screen, it's hard for me to see everyone.
Probably looks like it's slapping my forehead.
Mm-hmm.
She raised a couple of points. One, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank Ms. Miller for her offer to conduct a workshop for residents on how to participate in the council meetings through council comments. I've already sent her a request to meet with a group of tenants regarding the issue that we discussed earlier with the victims of the fire damage at the Mapleview Apartments. She had two other requests that I thought we should talk about. One is, and actually just one more, I guess, that we haven't talked about already, and that is acknowledging or answering residents who do make comments. And I don't think it takes much to acknowledge the fact that, we appreciate their coming and sharing their views with us. I think we've done that often, but there are times maybe that we haven't. And so I think it's good that we do that. Again, I think we maybe have not always done it, but answer questions. Sometimes the questions are looking for more than just an answer. They're looking for some work to fulfill the request of the commenter. And I don't think we want to have a blanket thing of just always saying, yes, we're gonna do what you ask us to do it, at the time you ask us to do it. Many times what's asked for is for information that's already been provided. But again, I think whether it's in the procedure or not, we should be acknowledging our appreciation for the feedback that we get from residents, and maybe being a little bit more public when we do provide the information that's requested would be helpful. Other people would also receive the information, and it would be obvious that we are, and I say we, it's the global we, it's really staff most often doing the work to answer the questions. So that's, I'm not suggesting any changes in here other than maybe saying that the council will acknowledge our appreciation for the comments that we do receive.
So sorry, Councilmember Siemens. So do you have language that you would like to see? So it says when a speaker asks questions during public comments, to the extent possible, acknowledgement or responses will be provided later in the meeting, after the meeting, in writing, or at a future meeting in city manager comments. And so your suggestion is?
That sounds good to me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is any, let's see, Councilman Costa.
Yeah, I appreciate Ms. Miller's suggestion on some of the wording changes. My understanding of her concern here is that this focuses just on what a speaker asks. When a speaker asks a question, it may not actually address a speaker who just sort of shares their opinion on something or gives information about something. So I would propose that we add, it says here, when a speaker asks questions, and after that, if we add or raises a topic during public comments, to the extent possible, we would then acknowledge that or follow up afterwards.
Okay. So I'm just adding or raises a topic. I can't see the other document in front of me. Okay. What Ms. Miller sent us. Okay. Everyone okay with that? Councilmember Kovar?
Yes, thank you. And I don't object to the addition of that language, but I do have a clarifying question. If members of the public raise a number of questions or comments about an item that we're then going to debate for a couple hours and vote on ultimately, as we have on this, and I think in one way or another, we're discussing, we haven't gotten all the way through it yet, the various topics that were raised by those who spoke in public comments, but I wouldn't want what this says to have to be interpreted as we literally mention each speaker as we go through this and cite, every single point. We're covering, I believe, the points that were raised. Now, maybe not to everybody's satisfaction, maybe not to mine either, but I wouldn't want this to be interpreted as we're literally going to mention each person and go through a roster of the points they raise and show how we address them. That, to me, if that's the interpretation of this, then I'm against it.
And to be clear, that's not my intent with adding the statement there.
Okay. Then I'm for it.
Any other comments, or Councilwoman Duvall?
Yes, thank you. So I've been hearing a couple of folks wanting to go even further, and I respectfully do not agree with them. But in the spirit of raising comments that were made, somebody mentioned today that former council member Irina Aldriguetti had called me today to talk about this, and what his sense was that that the acknowledgement be more than just thank you for your comment, that it be literally an interaction about the comment. And as I say, I respectfully disagree. I am not proposing to make any changes to this. But I do think in practice that some of the other ways we've tried to increase dialogue, like having special meetings at which we literally only discuss the issues, are good. And I wouldn't want to clutter up this document and this sentence with a lot more detail, because I don't think during a business meeting that we can do, as Councilmember Kovar just said, I don't think we can literally acknowledge every single person's comment and their name while we're talking about the issue. I don't think that works. But I did want to mention that I've had a couple of people looking for that spirit of interaction, not just literally thank you.
Councilmember Siemens.
I'm sorry, that's an old hand, but I will agree that, I think that's why we each have our constituents, and that we, should interact with our constituents when we can and as we see fit. I don't know that it needs to be called out in this document to say that we should have interaction with our constituents at a specific level. I think that's what the election's for, is to let us know whether we're doing the right job or not.
Okay. Councilwoman Searcy.
So yeah, I agree, but I also think that, the council meeting may not be the appropriate venue for actually engaging with a person on the issue. Depending on what they bring up, we may need to do research, we may need to follow up with staff, we may need to do a lot of things. One of the things that I do think is important for us to figure out, and this is for another time, another day, is how do we deal with or want residents to, let's say, for example, what I've noticed is that sometimes people come to the council meetings and they're actually looking for feedback from all council members, regardless of whether or not they are your constituent. And so if that's the case, I think it probably is more appropriate for that person to submit a formal request to the city for us to respond. So I don't necessarily think that the council meeting is the place for us to go down the row and everyone say what they think based on what this person is asking. So I think this warrants a larger discussion, not just as it relates to our council meetings, but also as it relates to how we expected turnarounds when we receive emails and letters that come through. How are all those things coordinated? How do we make sure that residents know, hey, the council meeting may not be the best place. You might want to send a letter to the city mailbox, and then we'll all reply to you. So I think that this is bigger than just the council meeting, and maybe, for the city manager to add to his growing list of things to tackle. But I think this brings up, for me, bigger issues than just responding to those individuals during a council meeting, if that makes sense.
Mhm. Councilman Duvall, I just want to note the time, and we have city staff also on to talk about ARPA. So just wanted to note the time. Councilman Duvall.
Okay, so I was starting to think about the next section, but I will just say that for those residents who suggested that how to comment and where to comment and when to comment, put that front and center so that residents can easily access that. That makes a lot of sense to me. That's not part of this document, but it's something I think we should follow up on.
Yeah, and I think Councilman Costick and I have been in contact with the city staff, and they're not waiting to make, as Ms. Miller mentioned, that it's been a while since we've been talking about making changes to the website, but they are making changes immediately to per her some of her suggestions on that. So, all right. The other comment that was made last week was making sure that on the audio visual prohibits somebody from utilizing a visual aid while speaking. So that section has been changed to for clarification.
And to that point, I'd like to propose a wording change to, I think it's 2162. And I could only see part of it. Yes, the first sentence. I sent this around earlier.
Yeah. Okay.
So speaking of other ways that residents can make comments and see their comments in action, I got an email from a resident, Ward 2 resident, pointing out that asking the question, why is it the mayor as opposed to the city clerk who is making the decision about whether or not to allow AV materials if the point is that it's a technological issue. So I'm proposing to change that to city clerk. I have, I'll let everybody speak for themselves, but I believe the city clerk, the city manager, and the mayor have all agreed to this change already.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I went by that too quickly. All right, then we have written and audio testimony, public hearings. And then we added, as raised by Councilmember Smith last week, that council comments will be limited to 3 minutes at the start. And that's 2.17. And then the next is, we wanted to thank, I think it was Councilman Costick raised this at the last meeting, just clarifying the language in 2.2, what's now 2.22 on language interpretation. Councilmember Kovar, did you have a question on this?
Something right after this.
Okay.
On this agenda section here?
Yeah.
When it lists the typical agenda right there, it's not quite the same as when we list the agenda order up in 2.1. And I don't know if it needs to be in both places, but it's slightly different. And I don't know whether that's if you go to page 4, I think it is.
I think we discussed this when we were doing this. I don't know if the city clerk remembers if there was.
Maybe there's a reason why, I'm not sure.
I feel like when we were doing
Mayor-
this document, yeah.
Mayor,
Yeah.
my recollection is that this discussion came up several times.
Can't remember how
And Right, and I believe Councilmember Kovar is referring to 2.10 on page 4, which is the order of business at regular meetings. And then the distinction here is this is the agenda content. So there may be similarity between the two at certain meetings. They may be the same at certain meetings, but there also is the potential for them to be different.
That's fine. Thank you.
All right. I feel like we should write that down somewhere because I feel like we keep asking that question. Sorry. All right. And this was just clarifying that the mayor is a member of the council because that came up last week. So the footnote was added there. Stop me if I'm going. Sorry. Then we're in section 5. Section 6, section 7, and then section 8, council working groups. And then we just added, and I think, I can't remember if this is Councilman Costick or Dabala who added, just to make sure that for working groups, no one is speaking on behalf of the whole group. And I think, did anyone else have any other changes? All right, then not seeing any other hands or changes, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Then I would ask if someone would like to move a resolution adopting these procedures. Councilman Dabala move, Councilmember Kovar second. Will the clerk call the vote, please?
Councilmember Kovar.
Aye.
Councilmember Dabala.
Yes.
Councilmember Costick.
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Searcy.
Aye.
Mayor Stewart.
Yes. All right, so we'll clean these up and get them good to go, and then we will schedule a time to go back to the public comment section, the code and the charter. Next, sorry, I'm trying to save this document and at the same time as next, we have the second reading ordinance amending the annual budget in order to provide additional compensation to city employees in recognition of their efforts during the last year. Would someone like to move the second reading ordinance? Councilman Searcy, do I have a second? Do I have a second for the ordinance? Councilmember Kovar. Any questions or comments? Okay, I think this was the same as last time, so will the clerk call the vote on this?
Councilmember Kovar.
Aye.
Councilmember Dabala.
Yes.
Councilmember Costick.
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Searcy.
Aye.
Mayor Stewart.
Yes. All right, that ends our voting session. We will now move to our work session, which is on our continued conversation on the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act funding. And I do want to say, oh, sorry, did Councilmember Smith have his hand up?
Do it. No, don't worry about it.
Okay, apologies. I had too many screens open trying to save a document and go through everything. All right, so I will move it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Before you this evening, we have staff available to assist with answering any and all questions on the proposed staff recommended spending plan. This will include following up on council questions from last Wednesday's ARPA presentation, as well as any other questions on projects recommended by staff. Earlier this evening, Mayor and council, you should have received the email from staff answering 17 of the many questions that we received last week. That should be in your email box. And staff will be on deck tonight to answer how the projects will be implemented, whether the budget amounts are sufficient, And we stand ready also to answer questions you would like to raise from the feedback that you heard from our community dialogue session last night. I want to thank you and members of the community who attended the session and those who could not attend. The video recording is still online and posted on the ARPA webpage. We received more questions from you, Mayor, members of council over the last 24 hours, and staff will be working to get answers to those new questions that we received. I want to reiterate that our staff recommended plan incorporated feedback through many venues from members of the community, city council, staff, council adopted plans, whether that be our housing economic strategic plan, our sustainability plan, council priorities, other plans that you all have approved and adopted. We've used our data explorer that we launched last fall. We looked at the census data and all of this to also with the lens of incorporating and taking a finer look and view into vulnerable and our disproportionate impacted residents in the community. And we look forward to working towards an approved and council adopted plan over the next several weeks. Our approach with the spending plan is to treat it very similar to our budget reconciliation process. And by the 16th of February, we would like to be able to move forward with the entire spending plan. And we may have some details over the next weeks that is available in certain, and in some projects, we very may well not have some of those details, and they will come once we have an approved and adopted plan by council. So we'll begin to be able to put together staffing and workforce needs, our departmental work plans, additional resources if necessary, and be prepared to meet the timeline the U.S. Treasury has outlined for any planned projects to be encumbered by 2024. And as I've stated many times that I stood before you over the last 5 months, there could always be changes that council make during our annual review and assessment period, which will always come back to council on an annual basis. And staff really feels very confident in the implementation of the proposed spending plan and meeting the needs of the community and the organization, short-term, medium, and long-term. I want to briefly, before I turn it back over to you, Mayor, just talk about the next few weeks once we move past tonight. So we know next week on the 26th, we'll have another work session, dive a little bit more deeper. It will also be the public hearing on ARPA. At that council work session, we'll focus on any possible additions that Mayor and council you all have to the spending plan that are not yet in our staff recommended plan. Staff will be on deck to walk through any of those new projects that might be designed and who they will impact. The following week on the 2nd, we're looking to be able to have that budget reconciliation process that I just discussed, which is the same format as the budget reconciliations during the regular budget process. We'll have the shared screen up, the Excel spreadsheet, and you all will go through each of the projects line item by line item. The outcome of that session will allow the presentation of the draft budget ordinance for the first reading on the 9th and the second reading on the 16th. With that, Mayor, I'll turn it over to you how you would like to go through each of the projects for this evening.
Great, thank you. Well, I want to thank you for the presentation last night. And I think one of the easiest things to do, maybe just to kind of walk through, I know we have a number of staff on our meeting this evening. And so first I would ask if anybody, before we get to some of the specific items, if anybody has any big picture questions, either about process or overall the ARPA spending that we can spend some time discussing now before going through each of the current proposals and asking additional questions. Councilman Dabala.
Yes, thank you. So is the presentation from yesterday available already online? If so, where is it? And if not, can it be posted? Because I thought it was quite helpful. And I just haven't had a chance to look.
It should be posted, Councilmember, and if it's not, it will be.
And it would be where?
It would be under the ARPA webpage.
Okay, great.
Every week, where we have comments or registration, it will be posted right on that website.
Okay, great. Overall, I like the approach, the budget approach. I think that makes a great deal of sense, and I had raised that, so thank you. Overall tonight, my questions have to do with how specific projects interact with the current budget. And so I'll just put that out as a general question as different department heads get up and speak virtually, addressing how the Maple Avenue, how the recreation scholarships, how the library, et cetera, interact with the current budget and the ARPA money, because it's not immediately clear to me how that works. The same thing with the intended audiences for many of these projects. So, for example, if eviction assistance funds we've spent now reached X number of people, and we're talking about doubling that, would that be double the number of households? Or is there some other way of estimating the intended audience for these different projects? So overall, that's one final thing, overarching thing, is to raise this question for next week of, can we have staff take another think on what are the continuing needs? Do we still have, in the staff's opinion, unmet immediate needs that money from ARPA, as opposed to some other form of resources, would help to address? In the last 6 months, maybe we've all been assuming that this COVID pandemic might wrap up. So maybe it's time to take another look at that for next week. And that's it for me for overall, overall issues. Thank you.
And did the city manager want to, or the deputy city manager want to address any of those, or?
I would say for most of those questions, we can follow back up, because we're going to have to think through, particularly the ones about continuing needs. We'll probably have some more discussion as a staff on that.
Great. Councilmember Smith.
Mr. Fox and staff, I appreciate all the work that you guys have done on this ARPA proposal. I'll say again that I am disappointed that we are not getting money out much sooner than now. Personally, I didn't think it was important to have the meeting that we had Monday. I think we could have had that 3-4 months ago, because a lot of people are hurting. The child tax credit monthly installment has stopped. There isn't any more, or very limited support when it comes to eviction assistance. There aren't additional unemployment benefits for people. We do, and this is data that is supported by Mr. Fox's staff, of a large vulnerable population in the city. So I don't know what other metrics we need to show that these people need help and need help today. I would like for us to take, or my colleagues to consider taking $500,000 from the 1.2 million that has been proposed for social services and get that out for people that are making or around the 50% of AMI, get that out in prepaid debit cards so that people have something, some financial resources to help them during this very, very difficult time. I mean, N95s, yes, county, the federal government are going to give some to people, but it's not going to be a lot. It's not going to be like the 50 or 100 or 200 that everybody on this dais, this virtual dais, can afford to buy. So we need to step in and help our most vulnerable residents in this city right now before people are at their wits' end and they know that there are no other options for them. It's our responsibility as municipal officials, I think, to be the first responders in this type of situation where it's a pandemic. A lot of people aren't making the type of money that they did before the pandemic. An economic crisis that's going on with especially Black and brown folks who are residents in this community. So I think it's imperative that we get money out to people as soon as possible. And I also would like to see us getting money out to fund some of these projects that Mr. Fox has put forward, because the longer that we wait, there is much uncertainty in cost of materials, personnel. So we need to get out into the market immediately to start funding, just to start moving these development projects forward. So I hope my colleagues will consider putting some real money out there. I don't think it matters if people are unbanked or don't, use traditional banking sources. I just don't want to see people unhoused or couch surfing. Many people in this community are doing it.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Councilman Costick.
Thank you. I know we're going to delve more deeply into the discussion, but sort of bigger picture, my question was about, it builds on Councilmember Duvall's question, which was about the interaction of the ARPA funds with the FY22 budget, as well as the FY23 budget, which we'll be considering. And I know you don't have that kind of information yet because that's still forthcoming. But I think it would be useful to sort of have a sense of where this sits in that context as we move forward, and be prepared for the decisions we're going to be having to make as we look forward to a couple of months from now. I appreciate Councilmember Smith's proposal there, and I'm interested in learning a little more about what that might look like. Also interested in hearing from Mr. Fox and Ms. Clark later about sort of what the timeline for getting some of the supports out has been and would look like as we move through this process. So thank you very much.
Councilman Searcy.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just want to echo my appreciation for all of the hard work that you all have put into this process thus far. I know that I apologize, I haven't had a chance to look at some of the materials in response to questions. I know we'll talk more in depth about some of the questions around whether or not level of funding is right, for example, for the business grants, other ways in which we might be able to provide direct support to people. One interesting idea that came up during the public engagement meeting was about, how are we managing the gap in terms of rent stabilization as it relates to rising inflation, which I think is a really, really interesting concept. If rents are going to go up as a result of inflation going up, is there a way for us to kind of cover that gap, to kind of maintain affordability within the city? And of course, I know that we've talked a little bit, and I heard during the public meeting about condos being included. But I'm still not clear on which bucket of monies we're talking about. If we're talking about the energy efficiency and modernization, or are we talking about some of the rehab pieces as well? So, and whether or not we need to just call out a funding source that's completely separate for them. But again, I appreciate all of the thought and the work that has gone into things thus far, and definitely look forward to continuing the discussion around ways in which we can leverage these dollars. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Sorry, hold on. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you. Just briefly, I do want to also express my appreciation for the work that went into the discussion last night. I also haven't had a chance to look at the questions that was the responses to the questions that were recently sent to us, and I did send in some additional ones today. So I won't have questions of that type to ask about the projects today, but other comments on some of them. And I just do want to say, as I mentioned before, I think the best route for us would be to break this up into a couple of chunks, particularly since we have 2 tranches of funds in any case, and start just with those which do respond to the immediate or urgent needs, and potentially a few others if they can be afforded that we all agree on. But I really would like it to be front loaded with the urgent and immediate needs. And if there's a way to include direct payments, depending on how that's structured, I think that's something well worth exploring. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other hands on general comments, I do want to make a note, because I can't remember if it was someone who had public comments tonight or wrote an email, that the food security grants that we had put out earlier this fall have been awarded. And so I believe everybody was, all the organizations were notified, but that those monies are getting out. So I can't remember if it came up in public comments tonight or if someone had written counsel about that, but I wanted to make sure people knew that those grants had been awarded. I have the list. I don't know if the city manager, if you want me just to kind of like run through the order you did last night, and then council members can stop us if they have specific questions on areas, knowing that a number of questions have already been put in, if that would be the best way to proceed.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Are you saying like by department, kind of how we did it last night?
Yeah, that's how I did last night. So I have first
Okay.
is housing, that had first it was the $500,000 to evictions, the money towards small businesses, the 2.5 million that would go to housing rehab and energy efficiency, the workforce development, the Tacoma Langley Crossroads business incubator, and the Maple Avenue complete streets. That was all under Mr. Cross, I believe, under the housing division. And I know I did have, I know some questions were being answered, but I actually did have, and thank you last night, Director Cross, for the presentation. More questions on the business incubator. If you could expand on that, because I've also received just comments on, like, is this something that's going to be formally done with the Crossroads Food Network? Were they just given as an example? I think there's a bit of confusion there on that piece.
Sure. Yeah. So to start, the Crossroads neighborhood is undergoing a transition. Many first and second generation immigrants are becoming young adults and beginning their own entrepreneurial journeys. And we'd like to support that and help them meet their goals. And this funding, as you said, the Crossroads Community Network was used as an example of possibility, but it's not limited to any organization at the moment. And this funding would, our hope would be this funding would be leveraged to support a development of some sort of permanent space, permanent incubator space for small businesses. So the funding could be leveraged for rent, tenant improvements, property acquisition, or whatever else is needed to support the project. At the moment, we're looking at finding partners for us. It wouldn't be the city going at it alone. It would be that we would enter into a partnership with a developer or nonprofit that could bring some other funding to the table as well as other grants. And we could utilize this funding to get the incubator off the ground. The Crossroads area, this would provide stable employment for residents of the Crossroads, additional workforce training, and as I was saying before, business incubation for restaurateurs, artisans, craftspeople, and other folks that could utilize the space.
Great. Thank you for that additional information, and also having it be partnerships with other places, given the location. Councilman Searcy and I have tried over the years to think of how we can do more partnerships with our friends on Prince George's, and this might be an opportunity in which we can build those relationships as well. Great.
Great.
All right. So anyone else have any specific questions on the proposals under housing? Councilwoman DeBala, then Costick, then Searcy.
I was specifically wanting to ask another question about the Crossroads incubator. So what was the, I have not been paying as much attention to the Crossroads as maybe I should be. What's the genesis of this? Did the CDA have this idea? Did the Crossroads Farmers Market have this idea? How did this get started? And yes, it supports a long-term need in the area. I'm just trying to figure out how we got to the point where we're talking about a permanent home for a lot of those small businesses.
Yeah, so the idea was seeded, before I got here, when I started working in Tacoma Park last summer. Yeah, I read the idea in documents and in thoughts, talking with the CDA. They've also mentioned the need, and particularly around the transition of the Crossroads and generations, first, second, now third generations, moving up in their lives and in their entrepreneurial journeys. And yeah, it was sort of that whole coming together. I think, some of our businesses don't need 4,000 square feet. Some of our small business people don't need that much space. There's not a lot of space being, new space coming online in the Crossroads area. It is what it is. And if you're not looking for, 5,000 square feet, you're kind of out of luck. So this is, to help meet that, missing square footage and missing space.
And so how does this compare is not the right word. The other economic development proposals are the workforce planning, the workforce support, workforce development for underemployed residents, which is a more immediate need and one that builds on something I think that the city's already doing, and grants for small businesses, which clearly builds on the work of the beginning of the pandemic. So how are you looking at the short-term economic development and workforce needs versus this longer term project to build out the area to build out resident small business opportunities in the long term? What's the take on that?
Right. So for small business grants, we're still in the pandemic. It's not in the past yet. So small businesses are definitely in need. What we have heard, though, is that the emergency that the small businesses were undergoing in the beginning of the pandemic has subsided somewhat. We also heard actually a lot when we got on the new business walk, that a lot of the businesses that have opened since the pandemic started were actually ineligible for pandemic-related relief. Some programs required that businesses have been open before the pandemic. and just others missed programs. So we want to focus the small business grants on those businesses that have not been able to receive any pandemic related relief funding, as well as what we've been hearing recently, particularly from our community meeting on Monday. There is a gap where we have certain businesses in our city that are not covered by either of the business associations.
That was going to be my next question.
Right. So we're also looking to prioritize those businesses as well, because they also may not have had access to the technical assistance or grants that the OTA and CDA were able to provide their members. So that's the small business grant. That's what we're focusing those dollars on to begin with. Workforce development, that is, as you said, an immediate need as well. Many city residents are underemployed or unemployed. This is an opportunity for us. We are actually putting together an RFP for a workforce needs assessment as well, to see, get an idea of where we are at as a city in our labor force. This workforce development, these funds will focus on retraining, credentialing, expanding upon partnerships that we already have, looking for new partnerships, potentially with Montgomery College or other local educational institutions, but really focusing on the residents, all the residents we have in the city, not just those who live around the crossroads.
And not right now, but I would be interested in any. So the short-term economic development assistance beginning of the pandemic was very well documented. How many businesses, how much money, all of that. I'd be interested in some sense of what work's been done in workforce training up until now with the city. Perhaps not possible to be quite as thorough as that initial chunk of money was documented, but that would really help to get a sense of whether the $100,000 that you allocate for the workforce is enough, it's too much, it's too little. That would be helpful.
Right.
Thanks.
Well, I will say that our community quality of life grants that we have been awarding annually have included a priority for those groups that are providing workforce development services as well. So the city has been doing that through our grants, the housing department's grants, and we continue to build upon that.
Right. And again, looking for a little sense of the volume, if you will, the number.
Yeah, I don't have it for you right now, but I can get it.
Yeah, exactly. And on the housing rehab and utility assistance, I've said it before and I'll say it again with feeling that I would like to see that money targeted toward multifamily, low income and low moderate income, the gap, as is described in the details of one of the two programs, the folks who aren't eligible, who are not eligible for anything right now. And to see more integration between the multifamily housing effort and the weatherization and electrification efforts, so that we target the money to the folks, going back to the folks who most need it. So that in the long term, they're not in the position that many of them are in now, with facing a choice between paying for food and paying for utilities and paying for rent. So that's not a question. That's just some feedback.
Thank you.
Didn't mean to take up all that time.
Thank you, Councilman Devala. Councilman Kostick?
Thank you. Really just wanted to highlight one thing at this point. There was a question last night at the meeting that I thought was really important about the rent stabilization law and the inflation amount, which Councilmember Searcy referenced earlier as well. And it hadn't occurred to me that the inflation amount will be more this year, and that could potentially impact rents. So I was wondering if that is something you have given any thought to yet, and I anticipate maybe you're giving some more thought to what that would look like, and what we can do to help mitigate that.
Yeah, certainly. I think it was an interesting idea. I've been thinking of back of the envelope calculations. we'd have to move some move some of the ARPA spending around to accommodate that. I mean, it could, maybe it doesn't have to be the entirety of the whatever the inflation rate will be. And it could, be in payments to landlords, it could be in payments to renters, it could be taken a number of different ways. But we definitely will look into the feasibility of that and how we can structure something like that.
Thank you.
Great. Councilman Searcy.
Great. So I am uber excited about the possibility of the Crossroads Incubator. That has been something that has been discussed. I know the Crossroads Food Network, I believe a couple of years ago, they came to council and talked about how they had received some grant funds to kind of explore the possibility of an incubator and kind of fulfilling that pipeline for folks. They start off in the kitchen, they move to the farmer's market, they get a temporary space where they can kind of learn how to actually operate a business in this incubator space, and then they can ultimately grow out. And we have so many vendors at the farmer's market that ultimately need to go somewhere. They move beyond the farmer's market. But one of the things that an issue that we've always had is that there's never been vacant space. Like, folks want to stay in the Crossroads because this is where their client base is, but we've never had vacant space in our commercial area to actually house an incubator. And now we have vacant space. So I think that that is a great way for us to be able to not only build partnerships and grow so many of our business owners, small businesses, which are also, I like to stress this a lot of our small businesses and people that are growing up through this pipeline are actual residents of the city of Tacoma Park. So you have these people who live here, who are forming these businesses here, who are trying to grow here. And so I think that this is a really good way, a smart way for us to not only build that capacity, but also put a stakehold in the Crossroads, especially with the Purple Line and what may happen in the future. Having that, being able to line up some space right now, I think it would be awesome if we could do that. So I'm yes for the incubator. The other point, can you just walk me through, I know it was mentioned last night about the condo communities and where they might fall, but in my brain, I kind of had two separate projects, and I think that was what I read in the plan. So is the idea that the condo communities would be able to apply for funds through like the multifamily rehab, or is that, okay, so they would be under the multifamily rehab buckets of money?
Yeah, so not to get ahead of your question, but the multifamily rehab and the weatherization, electrification, we're talking with our sustainability manager, Gina, who's in PW, about having a common application, because we see, a lot of times when you're doing a renovation to a building, particularly now, renovations that you make are going to be sustainable, right? At most renovations you make are going to have a sustainable element. Particularly if you're doing a major renovation and you have the opportunity to change and replace systems that maybe you hadn't replaced, or maybe you were a couple of years ahead of the schedule with the system, but you can get a newer HVAC system or electric system, and that can save you money, save your tenants money, your residents money, and help the environment. So the thought was to have a common application where then we can see where those connections are, right? And you can apply for both funds, both grants, or if you only have sustainable features, or if you don't have sustainable features, then you're not limited. You won't get kicked out automatically if you don't have one or the other. But if your project does include both, then you'll be considered for both funds.
Okay, perfect. And then you have, it's Main Street under HCD. I'm sorry, Maple Avenue,
Yes.
That is correct. Yeah.
So was there any thought about Ann Street? I know that we've been talking or other streets within the community that we've been talking about from the perspective of public space.
Mm-hmm.
So has there been any thoughts around other locations in the city that we may be able to use ARPA dollars for, from the perspective of equity, open space, that kind of thing? Have you all talked about that at all, and whether or not, Ann Street would be also a viable project? Or are we just not far enough along in that regard to be able to meet the deadlines?
So it's no and yes. So I'm saying no is the question of have we, with yes and no. Have we thought about, right, it's yes and yes. Have we thought about Ann Street? I think at HCD, particularly us, the Planning and Economic Development departments, talk about Ann Street every day and what we want to do at Ann Street and how we can, transform that area in the crossroads around Ann Street. But the reason why we chose Maple Avenue is because we already had received 30% design from a Metropolitan Washington COG grant. And this money would take us to 100% design. So we already have basically an idea of what we want to see there. And then it would take us to 100% design and construction of Maple Avenue. From an equity piece, Maple Avenue has possibly the highest density of renters in the city. So making Maple Avenue safer for pedestrians and folks using other modes of transportation, I think enhances equity. But yeah, we think about Ann Street a lot. And I think in the future, that's going to be subject to some grants we apply for and some other sorts of planning ideas. But for the ARPA funds, we just weren't far enough along to be able to put a good project proposal behind it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to the staff. I'll try to limit my comments right now, ones that I think fall within housing and community development, but obviously, Alex, if I'm wrong, you can refer it to somebody else. So on the community grants, this is the $1.2 million. And it strikes me that it's sort of a amorphous category at the moment. And it really struck me in listening to the discussion last night. And Mary Maturi was talking about doing more on mental health. Other people were talking about a tutoring program. And I heard about childcare. And I noticed on the list of projects that scored but didn't score high enough, you had conservation employment for at-risk youth and financial counseling and things of that nature. And so really it struck me that when those questions came in, the staff could have said that's something that we could fund through partners out of this community grants program. And so that strikes me as the point at which not we'd run the tutoring programs, or we would run these other kinds of programs, but we'd work with our outside partners. And we already do that with our own community grant program. So maybe the answer there is to channel it into the existing community grants program that we have and have a range of possible ways it could be used, working with local. But I would say 1.2 seems like a lot right now. And so this is, I think it's important to get some of those funds flowing, but this might be one point where we could say, okay, we're going to approve the community grants piece, but only maybe just to pick a number, half of that now, see how that goes. There's a whole series of individual contracts with these, and then maybe we can do the second group later on. So that's just, and then that could be money that we use for some other thing, including potentially direct assistance. The business grants, I think, is a great idea. I thought it was kind of low, and in particular, when we think about, yes, the focus on the new businesses that aren't eligible or the ones that aren't part of OTBA or CDA makes sense, but I also think there's still a big hangover from the purple line. And so I'd like to see that number be larger. On the Maple Avenue Complete Street, a couple of thoughts, and maybe you can say something about this. So number one, we have the potential, and we'll be talking about it tonight and over the next few weeks, that we'll be undertaking some pretty major construction projects at the community center and or at the library. And then we might be doing Maple Avenue too. So if this was approved. So that strikes me as something that where we would need to have some sort of staging of that. So, and again, if that's the case, and if the permitting is just about done and the design is ready, do we have to, if we went with the other projects, would we have to approve that right away? So that's something that I would urge you to think about the staging, because having at once, if we approved all those, would really kind of just, then the people from Darwin Avenue definitely don't want to join Ward 4. And also, if that one took a little longer, it is connected to the master plan for the former Adventist Hospital site. And so to me, maybe that could be a reason for having that one take a little bit longer to spool out. And I'll just mention in the discussions about the Maple Avenue Complete Street, at the lower Maple, it seemed like a really great project. Everybody was supportive. At Upper Maple, it didn't seem to add much, and a lot of people there weren't that excited about it. So I'd still suggest putting on the table the idea of only doing the lower half and not the upper half. And then just 2 more points. All these fall within HCD. I think others mentioned this previously, but or maybe last night that residents did. But in terms of having affordability be a condition for the multi funds and the energy efficiency funds, I think it's really important. And I think it says it might, or I think we should say if you're going to get this money, you need to commit, and exactly how that commitment will be done and how it will be enforced is a separate question, but you need to commit to maintaining affordability as we define it. And for the energy efficiency, maybe it's a different question, but how would we ensure that that isn't just sort of scooped up by the landlords or the management companies? I think the good ones wouldn't do that, but we want some benefit of that to accrue to the residents or tenants also. And then the last point I'll just make is on food distribution, I think it is important that the money has started to go out. I think there's more that could go out. I am hearing though from all the food distribution groups, just from Small Things Matter and Cheer, for example, I know the Adventists as well, their need is continuing to mount, and they're hitting cutbacks in their funding from other sources, as we heard. So I'd like to, if initial amounts of money have gone out, I'd like to see it easier for that to go again to the groups that got it, or find other ways to get it more widely. But I'm not sure the existing amount that we've got will be sufficient long-term. So I'd like us to have at least on the table for discussion to go beyond through a bunch. Those are, I think that covers everything I thought about housing and community development. So thank you.
Thank you. And just to make sure that we're clear on the food insecurity, the awards were made. So we notified the grantees, the awardees, that we are going to be awarding them the contracts or awarding them the grants, but the contract drafting phase starts now or started last week. So
I guess
nothing's been signed yet. So I don't want to say, they don't have cash in hand yet. Just want to clarify that, but it'll be soon.
I thought I saw something indicating that a subgroup of recipients of that money have been notified, but if it's more than that since then, that's a separate story. But so it's not that the whole pool of funds has yet designated, right?
No. So what I'm saying is we had the RFP go out. We had 11, I believe, proposals. We awarded 4. So the contracts are now being drawn up to be signed. I just don't want to say that I've heard a couple of times say the funds have been sent out yet. They're on their way to be going out, but it's not.
That's fine. But I guess what I'm saying is, what do we need to do to get the rest of the 250 out? Because it's great that some have been awarded, but I think that
so the 250
the need is bigger.
Right. Well, the 250, the way the council agreed to run the program was for the community partners grants program, which are multi-year contracts. So the 250 is accounted for over 3 years.
Well, maybe you can send us a separate write-up on that. I don't want to take up anyone's time now. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilman DeBala, did you have another? No. Just going on the social service partnerships that Councilmember Kovar raised, the 1.2 million. I don't want to lose the navigator piece of it, because I think that council talked about that last year, having community navigators, some type of program. And I do think that type of thing does help us figure out need in the community. So I know there's been a lot of public comment this evening that I agree with. Council members have brought it up. we know there's need out there, and being able to hear specifically from the people who are in need and to create a navigator program so that we're making sure that we're also not missing people, I think is also important. And so I don't want to miss that piece of it. I know 1.2 million can sound like a lot, but once you start thinking about that type of program and then providing community grants, I think that money will go by pretty quickly. So I just didn't want to lose that component of it, because I think it's an important piece of it. I think that's it for housing. The next section was the library with Director Jones, and that included the library expansion, closing the digital divide and broadband. And I know there were a couple of questions about the library that I think we're going to get additional information about where we are in that. And so appreciate that. And I know Director Jones did an excellent job last night of walking us through these programs. And in particular, I very much appreciated, talking about the library as what it means for our community. And especially during COVID, having talked to people who are part of also the Montgomery County library system and how important libraries have really become in our community under COVID as a place to really connect members of our community to, as we did today, provide services, handing out the testing kits and all of that. So thank you so much for the work that you're doing right now. Does anybody have any questions or want any more explanation this evening on what falls under sort of the library bucket? Councilmember Kovar.
Yeah, just one question, and maybe this is in the works from what you were just saying, but understanding how and when we apply for and designate, if we went with these projects, for that separate category of funding, the revenue replacement. I still don't quite understand how much of that is we say we're using it for this, or do we have to apply before or after and have the Treasury Department say, yes, that was a valid use of that money. And I hope that question is clear. I apologize if it's not.
Yeah, so Councilman Kovar, I think the revenue loss question is an overarching question. I don't think it's relevant to the library project specifically necessarily, but essentially up to 10 million, we will have a lot of flexibility. So I would think of the revenue loss as kind of a second piece. We've established that the 19 projects before you are ARPA eligible, whether it's revenue loss or whether it's just direct spending. So they're all eligible under both. So we're kind of discussing the 19 projects, and then separately we can determine how much we want to submit for revenue loss from a reporting and accounting perspective.
You good? Okay, just making sure. All right, I don't see any additional questions. So Councilman Devala.
Sorry. So I just want to restate, so we will be getting information on the status of the library construction, where we are in the process, costs, et cetera. And do we know when we're going to be getting that?
Yes, and I had actually just submitted a couple of answers to the deputy city manager to that effect.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes.
And then separately, in the questions that I submitted this morning, so maybe it's not fair to ask you this right now. As far as the broadband needs, so absolutely, thank you for addressing that. My question is, what other approaches were considered? Were they cost prohibitive? How did we wind up with subsidizing individual accounts as opposed to hotspots in buildings, et cetera? You touched on that a bit last night, but could you expand on that a little?
Sure. Yeah, that's a great question. The proposal as it was written was mostly working within the available frameworks that weren't cost prohibitive. Because we did look at a few other options, and it was the cost was fairly overwhelming. But after speaking with Comcast representatives and working within the programs that they had available through federal funding, this was much more feasible than anything else we had looked at.
Yeah, I noted for anybody who is interested and hasn't found it yet, in the package of proposals, there's some detail in the broadband one and that's useful in explaining this. So thank you for submitting that.
Sure. Thank you.
Councilmember Kovar.
A non-housing query, which can be responded to later. In the discussion last night when stormwater came up, and as I mentioned, I do think we are allowed to, and I do think we should use some of the ARPA funds for that. However, we need to have a better understanding of what we might need first. There is $150,000 in the current budget year, separate from ARPA, for a benchmarking study, for want of a better term. And the Public Works Director mentioned that last night, and I agree, it would be better to do that study or a study like that, and then assess whether through ARPA or other sources of funds we want to take some. So can we get an update at some point, or if we need to discuss it in council, on where we stand with initiating that study? And again, it doesn't have to be this evening.
I think that's the next section, Councilmember Kovar.
Oh, I thought we were.
No, we haven't said goodnight to Director Jones yet. Councilman Dabala had more questions for her.
I apologize.
No, that's okay. That's a good segue, and we have.
Yeah, I'm done.
Director Jones, we are done. And now we will bring on our Director of Public Works. And there were two items that had been proposed, and Councilmember Kovar is raising one that a number of us have raised on stormwater. But just as a reminder to folks, we had the atrium fill-in and the Tacoma Branch stream restoration. But Councilmember Kovar had just inquired about the stormwater work that was in the budget for this year.
Sure. An answer was provided in the information that Deputy Director Clark had sent out this evening. I can, recap it, but basically, no action's been taken up to this point on the proceeding with a scope of services or identifying a contractor for the $150,000 that was allocated by the council towards the exploration of stormwater issues. Part of the challenge is defining a scope of work. We've reached out to a number of our partners around the region to see sort of what ideas they have. We've gone through ICMA. We're still in a bit of a search for how to define a scope of work that would provide actionable information beyond what we currently have. In addition to that, and probably more to the point, is given the current workload and the few staff that we do have allocated towards stormwater management efforts, we don't have staff capacity to put more time into that endeavor at this point. The items that we proposed for ARPA, our goal was to identify items that were able to be done in the time frame that we have, and that the development work, the design work, the community engagement work had already been, well underway. So we wanted to make sure that those projects that we put forward were ones that were very doable, were far along in the course of the work, and just basically it was a question of funding to turn those projects into, shovels in the ground.
Well, I guess I would just say, I don't want the fact that this is taking longer than we helped to put it into category of not far enough along to potentially be used to figure out whether there would be a way for us to use funds. So I appreciate the challenges there, and maybe in working with the community, we can help to refine the scope of work. So that's something I'd like to discuss separately.
Yeah, I think that would probably be very helpful. We're at a bit of a difficult time in terms of trying to figure out how to balance capacity, private property needs, We do have a very in-depth analysis of our own stormwater system. We know where our system is. We know what it manages. We've, that fully mapped on GIS. So it isn't a question, that's what most jurisdictions are doing. They're getting themselves to the point we already are. They're mapping their system, they're putting it on GIS, they're running HydroCAD and other software systems. We've already got that. So what we're really struggling with is sort of how to design a scope of work that would give us information that would be helpful in terms of identifying problem areas or things that we don't already have on our 5-year CIP or already have identified as next areas where we need to expand or provide capacity.
All right, well, I'll suggest something that some of us maybe consult with people in the community and see if we can help move things along. Thank you for the information. I appreciate it.
Devala?
Yes, separate from the ARPA discussion, it's really important to make progress on defining the bigger issues. So if a couple of council members can help by getting together and brainstorming a little bit, I'd be happy to do that. To that point, I also understand that if I heard the mayor correctly, that we're going to be getting a briefing on the results of that student survey of you'll have to define it a little more clearly, but there was a project that started a year or two ago to take again another step. We have the maps of the existing systems and to take the next step of where some of the hot spots are. So we'll be hearing about that, and that's really good. And then looking to see what the next step would be with an overall study, but also just reminding everybody that there's been some progress on working on the public-private interface in the Poplar area, and some of the questions that we were stuck on a couple of years ago about how do you work on private property and how do you get agreement have been at least in one spot in practical manner working through that. So I think that's all great. Where does that leave us with ARPA funding? And I'm not seeing an obvious next step with ARPA funding right now, as much as I hate to admit that, because I really want to make progress on this issue. So let's think about that a little bit more and come back to it maybe in the new projects discussion next week. But I'm good for now. Thank you.
Great. All right. Any other questions for Director Braithwaite? All right. Not seeing any. I think the next that was on the list from last night was the Recreation Center. We had rec center improvements on New Hampshire Avenue. And that was $350,000 and rec scholarships at $500,000. Thank you, Director Clark, for joining us. I will start off with Councilwoman Searcy.
Pretty soon it'll be good morning.
We're getting there. We're close. We're close. We're reaching the finish line here.
So a couple of quick questions. One, so I know that we had, was it 350 for the rec center? And I know that we're doing other projects around, we've gotten some grant money around planning for the development of the rec center. And I guess one of the things that I was not 100% clear on was whether or not the monies that we're talking about using for ARPA is designed to provide some interim upgrades to the rec center until we're able to do a full remodel, or how do those things kind of align is what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, well, the money that we receive from ARPA will be used for a myriad of things for the rec center, to include up some things that we need to do to fill in the gap between the time that we're able to actually start to build, hopefully. The building everyone knows that the building needs a lot of work, needs not an upgrade. There are roofing issues, flooding issues. So some of the funds will be used for that, as well as design work, architecture work, once that comes down the line. So, but the
Okay, so it will
facility is
cover
in need.
both.
Mhm.
Okay. And then the rest of the monies for the increase in scholarships, I know that was a big piece. A lot of education programs were tied to a public safety task force recommendations as well. So are you planning to kind of not only use those dollars for scholarships, but also like additional programming?
Yes, we plan to use them for additional programming. Tutoring is one. We can put out an RFP for tutoring services because so many young people have been lacking as far as the educational piece through the pandemic. So that's something that we can take advantage of as well and use these funds for.
Okay, yeah, that'll be helpful to kind of get a better understanding of what's going to be covered under those additional scholarships, because as we were kind of going through, there were a number of recommendations around actual educational programs around race, cultural sensitivity, and those kinds of things that would be great if we could work some of those programs into some of the curriculums that would be funded under those scholarships. Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah. I just want to follow up on what Councilman Searcy was saying, because I think this is an area I'm trying to figure out, like the rec scholarships in this and the social service partnerships, and I see there may be some overlap in the different programs, and so having maybe a deeper understanding of how we arrived at the $500,000, I think would be helpful, particularly going back to what Councilmember Smith said at the beginning of, and a number of us have talked about either some type of direct payments or a guaranteed income program. Like just thinking like what's the best way to use some funds, whether it's giving people direct assist like money so that they can then decide how to spend the money versus using it on scholarships or dividing it up. So I think having a better understanding of how the $500,000 was arrived at, and then how some of that may overlap with the social service partnerships as we're making decisions over the next couple of weeks would be helpful.
Okay. Should I I can sort of explain now, but prior to the pandemic, of course, the Recreation Department offered fee scholarships for majority of our programs. Some things aren't eligible for it. And with those fee scholarships, it was income based, and we gave up to 70% scholarships. At our peak for a year, we were at right around $80,000 in fee reduction that the city did not receive and that we gave out for scholarships. Once the pandemic hit, we went to 100% scholarship. We added 100% scholarships. If residents said that they were negatively affected by the pandemic financially, then we gave 100% scholarships. Well, to date, by our calculations, just in summer camp last year, we were at $30,000 in scholarships. Just to give you a barometer. And to date, we're right around $80,000 in fee reductions. And we anticipate, as we go deeper, that we will be able to allow more residents to participate, at 100%, and sort of doubled it, in order to arrive at that. It's actually $250,000 per year for 2 years.
It's really helpful. Thank you, Director.
Yeah.
Councilman Costick.
Thank you. You've answered a lot of my questions already. One that was remaining was just, and maybe this is more for housing than for you, but in terms of the work and connections with childcare providers and other after-school program providers, just wondering if you've coordinated with them at all, or you're thinking about coordinating with them, and if there could be some, I think the mayor referenced it before, some kind of synergy between those groups and support for, particularly, I think, for more of the childcare providers that have, I think, been hit particularly hard during COVID.
Right. The only coordination that we've had with other childcare providers, what we've traditionally have been, our programs have been filled and they fill really fast. So we reach out to different childcare organizations within the city to actually recommend residents, to go there, to find out if they have availability and things like that. But we haven't really partnered with them or anything like that, or to find out their capacity. I'm not sure if some of the childcare providers that were operating right within our facility are still operating. I believe that was something that housing was collecting, and speaking with all of the childcare providers to find out how they were doing in their needs and things like that. So the only coordination we had with them is just to, send recommendations and things of that nature.
Councilman DeBala?
Yeah, this has been an interesting conversation, and going back to what Councilmember Searcy said, I agree with what she said. And I'm interested, as a couple other people said, in what expanded tutoring and other similar programs would look like. So you said that the money under scholarships is literally intended for scholarships, but you've also got some ideas clearly about what some expanded programming would look like. So that might be something we could talk about in more depth next week. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Director Clark, you're off the hot seat. You're done. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm sure the chief is really happy that we waited till 11:40 to talk about the mental health counselors. I know if folks had follow-up questions regarding this. I think this is the only one that falls under the chief. Is that correct, chief? This is the only one that falls under, under the ARPA.
Directly, yeah. The HRM is.
All right, this.
This is the one that directly related to the police department.
Okay. Any follow-up questions for the chief on this one? Councilman Searcy.
Hello. So I think the idea of starting with the two counselors makes sense. I guess one of the things that I was not clear about was how our funding our mental health counselors would relate to mobile crisis unit work that may be happening, in terms of the county. So are we still talking about bringing on 2 mental health counselors to help within the city, in addition to continuing to think about mobile crisis units and things like that? I'm just trying to make sure I'm wrapping my head around. Okay, so this would just be the first stage of, quite frankly, a whole path that we would want to take in order to get to the point where maybe we have can provide crisis services, maybe in the community center where we could stabilize people and then ultimately move forward. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. That there's, as I said last night, there's an absolute void of these services in our community and in the county. The county is working on expanding their mobile crisis units. Because of the absolute need in our community, we felt that it was critical that we address these needs immediately. So that's why we only did the 2-year pilot program, because what we want to do is evaluate whether or not the direct kind of services we're going to provide. So yes, we are still going to use the mobile crisis unit. We're still going to use the resources of the county, but these counselors are going to be specifically assigned to Tacoma Park. They're going to work with Tacoma Park residents. They're going to provide follow-up, et cetera. Now, our hope is at the end of the 2-year pilot, that the county's program is up to speed where they can take over these services and provide the same type of services. But what we're hopeful for is we're going to be able to provide them with some feedback on what was our success was with our program. So instead of just triaging, and responding out. You know, our program is looking at case files and looking at caseload and responding back out. So once we've identified someone in crisis, not just dealing with the call for service, but following up and ensuring that they're getting the help that they need, similar to what our victim witness coordinator does. So the hope is that at the end of the 2-year period, that we can transition this over to the county. Now, maybe the county will not be up to speed at that point, and if they're not, we'll have to reevaluate whether or not we need to still provide those services as a municipality. Normally, these services, as everyone knows, are provided at the county level, but it's just such a critical need right now. I can't explain. I think everyone on the council understands that.
Yeah, nope, makes perfect sense. And so with the 2-year pilot, would those 2 individuals have the capacity to maybe even address referrals that may come from, like HCD staff and the like? Okay.
Absolutely. At one point, we were looking at providing office space to the Mobile Crisis Center. We're still looking at that possibility. We expect our counselors to work hand in hand and take referrals as well as refer people to county services. So we expect them to work hand in hand. One of the first parts of the pilot program is we're going to embed some of our counselors with the mobile crisis team to get an idea of the needs in the county and how they operate. So I absolutely expect that to be a partnership, similar to what the mobile crisis team is currently doing, but just at an expanded level and focusing on Tacoma Park residents.
Perfect. And they would also be able to coordinate and take referrals from within, so like other departments within the city. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I see so many hands. I'm sorry. And
No, it's good. You're good.
I just wondering if I'm going to make it past midnight. So
we're going to do it. You have 16 minutes. Councilwoman Cosstick.
Thank you. I will try to keep it to a minimum so you don't have to go past midnight. Yeah, that was a really useful discussion and answered some of my questions. And thank you for emailing some answers to my questions as well. I still continue to just feel like the money allotted here is too good of a deal to be true. It just feels to me like there has to be more funds that we need to be allocating to this to make it possible. And I don't know if it's just the way that I'm thinking about it or what, but I like the idea, and I understand better now the sense that it maybe isn't as expensive because we are coordinating with the county and more of the expense would be located at that level. I mean, I guess I'm just sort of thinking through the sort of infrastructure. I mean, you mentioned the office space, potentially maybe some training in terms of staff as a whole, dispatchers or others being able to get calls to the right place and to the mental health support team instead of to police in crisis. Just kind of like the whole package. I feel like there could be some additional expenses. So just want to make sure that we are really thinking through that and building ourselves the support that we have so we can do this long term and we don't just kind of have 2 staff members who then shift over to the county and we lose that if the county doesn't take action. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that or additional ways we could spend that money in an effective way.
I really appreciate the comments and when we looked at the monetary cost, we absolutely considered all that. So basically what the $600,000 would cover is the salaries and benefits of the two counselors. It also would cover, possible office space and all the other ancillary stuff you just discussed. We're very fortunate that a lot of the things that are in place as far as at the county level, the resources are already in place. So just to be about referring individuals to those resources. Now, there were some other proposals that you see within the ARPA proposals, specifically geared towards youth, sort of teens, providing some mental health services for teens and mental health services for older folks that live within our community that have been really harshly impacted by the pandemic. So those are things that in addition to what the mental health counselors would do, that would be monies that we could specifically go towards that. I feel confident that with what we've allocated, we're going to be able to efficiently implement the program. And it has a lot to do. We're not just starting up a brand new program per se. We already have a lot of the infrastructure in place through the county. Obviously, if we needed to provide a lot of the resources, the beds, some of the psychiatric, long-term care and so on and so forth, it would be an astronomical cost. It could be in the millions. But we're fortunate that that's now being provided at the county level. But what's not being provided is identifying people in crisis, and for lack of a better term, holding their hand through the process. What we're doing right now is triage. We're responding out to calls for service, and we're not doing the follow-up, and we're not ensuring that our people in crisis are getting the help they need. So that's where the counselors would, making sure that we're doing the follow-ups once we've identified people in crisis, responding out to their residents and making sure they were taking their medications, making sure they got to their doctor's appointments. And if that meant driving them to them, similar what our victim witness coordinator drives victims to court, we would do that. So I think that I understand your concern about the amount, but we feel confident that we did a pretty good evaluation of what we thought the cost would be. And I feel confident that over a 2-year pilot could adequately provide the services here in the city of Tacoma.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. And Chief, I want to especially thank you for this because this is huge. It's a huge need in the community. And it's so nice to see that it's been thought through and a program put together. I'm a little sorry to hear you saying how you're confident that this is enough money because if this were to hit the wall, I want you to feel comfortable coming back and saying, gee, we do need more money because I know that the appearance is that there's a lot of need in the community and this is tailored to address that need. So I don't want you to be hesitant to come back to the council and say, look, this is where we maybe misjudged the situation. As far as office space, this is a local problem. I'm glad that we are addressing it at the local in the local government because so often we've ignored these kind of things and it's been to our detriment. It's nice to see that the county is taking some steps in the right direction so that we can get the work done where it needs to be done, but I'm not sure we're ever going to want to not be involved as you're going to be with this project. So I think that's very important. But, I wonder if for office space, we might not be able to find a local nonprofit that could provide office space to support this important work, because I know that many of them recognize that this is an issue that crosses paths with the work that they do. So again, I would encourage you to look into that at some point. Again, I just want to thank you again, and if there's anything that you need, please let us know.
I appreciate that, and I would never hesitate if I feel like the program that we misjudged the allocation of funds. You touched on a couple of things that I think are really important, and that's partnering with other organizations as far as office space. We're looking at the possibility of not housing the mental health counselors solely in the community center. The possibility of partnering with the Tacoma Langley Crossroads for possibly having some office space there. So that's one of the things that we're factoring in those type of partnerships, because we think it's critical that we're out in the community as opposed to, and if some people are, to be candid, are uncomfortable coming to the community center in general, they'd be much more comfortable to coming to another setting, especially during, in a mental health crisis situation. So we're evaluating that. We've looked at spaces throughout, throughout the city where we think people would feel most comfortable and we feel that are most in need of the services. Like I say, if there's separate programs aside from the mental health counselors, as you review some of the other programs that you think would be beneficial, there are costs associated with that. And I mentioned two of them, the mental health outreach specifically for teens and mental health outreach for our elderly. And those are things that could be funded separately. We did not think they fell directly under the umbrella of these mental health counselors. We wanted them focused on crisis intervention for people that were in major crisis, as opposed to not to try to put a level of crisis, but the people that we're going to be dealing with are really in major crisis, and that's what these mental health counselors are going to focus on.
And as I know that you realize that mental health problems do not occur in isolation from other things, that partner organizations can be, benefit and help relieve some of the pressure off the individuals as we try to help them to better cope with life. So again, I thank you, and I would just call attention to the fact that it is not yet midnight.
Yeah, we're getting close though. A couple of those.
But I'm done.
Seriously.
I'm gonna be so fast. I'm gonna be so fast because the chief just answered my question. So because I do know that during the pandemic, a lot of youth were actually receiving counseling services through schools. And when schools closed, they were no longer receiving those services. So that's an issue that I'm actually seeing nationally. So, so are we saying that if that is an area of focus, that's not going to be covered under these counselors, we would need to request additional dollars to go towards, a youth focused or senior focused program?
Yes and no. Absolutely, this program is not specific to any age group. So anyone that is in crisis is going to receive services by the mental health counselors. I think what the program, and this was the program that was put forward, was not put forward by the police department, it was put forward by another department, and I'm not sure, it may have been an outside organization outside the city. But it was really more focused on just day-to-day counseling for the socialization skill issues that our kids are dealing with because of the pandemic, and then the same isolation issues that our elderly were facing. So not necessarily in crisis, but absolutely if a teen or an elderly resident was in crisis, the mental health counselors would absolutely work through that. So this is where we're meeting with we're having our bi-monthly meeting, or every other month, I should say, meeting with our principals tomorrow. And this is one of the topics we're going to discuss, is how our mental health pilot program could interface with the schools. So it's something we're thinking about, but just so it's a yes or no. It's a yes or no answer. Absolutely, teens are not going to be excluded. The elderly are not going to be excluded. The other programs are more geared towards just the day-to-day. How do I haven't been in school in 2 years. I was an elementary school student 2 years ago. Now I'm in, middle school, and I don't know how to deal with my peers type thing, if that helps.
Yep, that helps. Thank you.
Great. All right. I think that is it for the police chief. And the only other items on the list that we discussed last night that have been presented are additional funds for the frontline workers, and then the contingency amount at 1.5 million. Did I miss anything? I think that's it, right? I got everything. See, I was paying attention last night.
Madam Mayor, if I can, the only other
Yeah.
thing with the financial software upgrade, interactive budget platform. So those are the three items. And yeah.
All right. So I think that in terms of, we have a hand, Councilwoman DeBala.
Yeah, just very briefly. So on the social services partnerships, I think it's been said a couple times, but let me say it again. I'd like to see a little more about what that really is and the balance of it. I agree with the mayor's comments. That's who said it before. And how it interacts with some of the other projects. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. So we have some detailed answers from a document we received this afternoon from the deputy city manager. We'll be getting additional information, and we do have a public hearing on this coming up, and as the city manager identified, we'll be kind of doing a reconciliation and walking through these, in addition to next week talking about if there are some additional programs that have not been proposed by staff, such as a direct payments or other programs like the subsidies for people whose rents will go up, even though we have rent stabilization, and whether or not we want to put those on the list as well. But just like our regular budget conversations, the money is not infinite, it is finite. So if we're looking at adding things, we also need to be considering, are there places that we want to shift funds from? So I think with that, we are done for the evening, correct? Anything else? We're done. All right. It's before midnight. Thank you very much, everyone, for your work tonight, and have a good 2 more.